Hello. That was helpful, that flashing up. That was not supposed to be the screen flashed up, so why is it connected to that? Invite to speak. Yada da. Hello. I have to apologise to Raven before we go too live because I keep meaning to get back to them, and then the world goes weird and I don't manage to get through to them. But now I'm actually back in the normal home and not running around the country and trying to deal with London and not dealing with an aunt and uncle who are falling downstairs and various things in train stations, and a house where the water has gone wrong, and where the someone has managed to literally drill through a pipe. I will be able to get back to them properly and actually be able to give them a legitimate response, which is actually going to make sense, not be halfway through from turning my notes into a proper response to only get distracted by
turning my notes
nuts.
into a proper response
To only get distracted by
turning my notes
nuts.
into a
By various things going weird. Hello, everyone. Right, why the I don't know why it's decided to pop down so far, but we'll sort the things out. Questions should be live and working. And we will have a conversation with this. You're supposed to be on Bruships position, so I don't know what happened to you, my dear friend, but okay, yes. That'll be
I think
perfect,
it's nothing
Dancy.
because you abandoned it.
It could be upset because I left it at home, and honestly, I do wonder if I should have brought it with me, because I could have set it up in the back of the room and it could have done an excellent job as a backup recording system. Because it's a very good camera, this OBSpot. Hello, everyone on Twitch. The train did get me home on time. Someone feels that I was away for too long. They do feel I was away for too long. Apparently there was a massive dip in the amount of biscuits they're supplied, and not enough hugs, and not enough lap time, and generally just not enough of anything that they need. Isn't that right, Big Fluff? Okay, good boy.
Alex, sorry, the questions queue is closed. Should I open it?
I was just going to open it. Don't worry. I was just getting everything set
Just
up and
checking.
happy. Is that things?
Just checking.
The bot's working.
I'll do the monitoring. It is.
The bot's working. I'm going to stick the actual open into YouTube, because if it picks it up there, then YouTube is collecting. Yes. Hello, everyone. How is all the team? Who have we got on here? I know we got Dan C is saying he's going to join us later. I think we've got Dragon and Foxo and Dan in the chat, along with Timu. I'm currently being pawed by a poodle. So how is everyone doing?
Not too bad.
Yeah. I think next time, the conference went brilliantly with Drac, by the way. Drac did a really, really good job on Belfast. I think next time he does a conference, when it's bigger, and it's going to be in the bigger section of Belfast, even bigger conference place section, I seriously think I'm going to suggest him that he make sure you two are invited, as well as Dan, because Dan was doing his best to help out as helping assistant.
Once I turned up.
But there needed to be about 4 of him. Because it was kind of... It was,
I wouldn't mind.
I loved it dearly, but it was Naval History Nerds Unite. And we were all enjoying chatting about the naval history. And it was every now and again, one of us actually go, hang on, no, we actually need to be doing some organisation, not chatting history. You need more people to be occasionally stepping out and going, hang on, oh, we got distracted. And what was great fun was when I arrived, there was Andrew Lambert in one side of the ship holding court. And on the other side, where the main room, everyone's sort of slightly getting together. Drac was trying to set everything up whilst also answer questions. And Darius the Brit, being the coolest person he was in the room as ever, he effortlessly is, was sitting there with a nice drink, just casually watching everyone, going, "You need to do that." When eventually they did what he told them to, everything was fixed.
I mean,
but I don't think
sneaky,
anyone was listening to him and figured it out. I don't think anyone actually listened to him. I think they figured it out on their own, and they will probably say they figured it out on their own. But I was sort of listening to him as well. And a few minutes later, I worked out we just did exactly what he said to do a few minutes earlier, and yeah.
Yeah, he is basically head of IT for a university.
Yeah, he is the person I would have if any of us had been thinking, we'd have gone, we're having IT issues with a projector system and basically university IT systems.
Yeah. I wonder if there's anyone in the room who understands these things.
I wonder if there's anybody in the room whose job it is to have them working.
Well, he doesn't. He isn't a technician. He's director level, so he is a bit above the level.
No, he is very pointedly not director level. He is worried he may be promoted to director level.
Yes, no, he is director level. He's just not got the title and pay at director level because he avoids it. But he is de facto the director of IT because there's no one above him at the university. They specifically don't put anyone in the level above him, so he's in charge. But he doesn't want to be director.
Why?
You know how much paperwork that brings?
Yes, once you're director, it brings all sorts of issues. Whilst he's basically doing the role but not it, basically he can farm off the paperwork onto other people in the organisation. And he can avoid a lot of meetings.
That's where meetings and paperwork.
Yes, the man has skills. As I've said before, the man has skills. But no. It's a good day. It's a good day.
Yeah.
How's everyone else doing? How has your week been? How's everyone, popping along happy with World? You have fun?
Well, me and Fox have had a lot of fun yesterday with a new game. Unfortunately, it might have had a minor side effect.
That being?
She was having trouble talking earlier, and last night after it, she couldn't talk at all because she laughed too much.
Some men would pay. Some men would pay for the wife to shut up once in a while.
Well, I'm glad she had fun with it, but it also then went even more weird when a mad Swede turned up to join us in it.
Oh, so Mad Swede. Mad Finn would have been Timu. Mad Swede. There are three options from the channel.
It's odd. We've got a friend called Mep who's doing nuclear war studies in a Swedish university.
Oh, that's fun.
Has recently done a year studying feminist theory of nuclear war.
Okay,
that's a job and a half.
Which sounds like a joke, but when he shared us his actual coursework, it's actually a serious topic.
Yes. Yes, it is.
And he's, as you would expect, he's for as a profession. He's very into statistics and gorillas.
It's fun. I have to say, I occasionally end up. I'm conventional deterrence. That's what I normally teach on the course of. I tend to I try to avoid the nuclear ones because, honestly, the statistics start to get annoying in the end.
Because he showed us some of his coursework on how institutions and militaries changed the language around nuclear weapons to make them much easier to use and disassociate them from the realities of what
Oh yes.
they actually entail.
Oh yeah.
Really interesting. Yeah. He's about as unhinged as someone who studies nuclear warfare 11 would you'd expect him to be.
No comment.
Yeah.
I mean, he's deceptively strange. He's a deceptively sane.
No, most Swedes who study nuclear war are incredibly sane and rational creatures. The thing is, I've known far too many of them over the years to believe they are actually collectively sane. Yeah.
Sane, and they'll talk about the most extreme topics like it's normal.
By gum. Yes. That's the thing that becomes disturbing after a while. You do talk about these things like they're completely normal. Honestly, that's the... This is getting well off topic, but that was always the fun I had with some of the topics which I would teach on, and some of the stuff I'd be working on, because after a while you've talked about a topic so often that numbers actually stop meaning anything you do. They're just numbers. Because they're just things you live with every day. They're numbers you talk about every day. And, yeah. It gets quite disturbing when you realise that, oh, I've just talked about 6 million people dying, and it hasn't affected me at all. Okay, I should probably not stop teaching this for a bit.
And it's one of the things he's talked about is how once you've separated it by about 2 degrees, whether that being time or language, it stops really having an effect unless you stop and think about it.
Yep.
Purposely.
Yep, and everything becomes lovely and theoretical, and you can... Yeah... Yeah, that's the joy of life. Right, there's a super chat, which I think was hopefully we picked up. I hope the super chat was picked up. I think it was. Yes, it was. Thank you, Frank's mother. We'll get to it in a second. So let's start off with the Dragon and Foxo. Thoughts on the ships announced for the Sardinia Empire event so far. The ships announced were the battleship Francesco Caricola, the Alberto de Gassano, and the Eugenio Vivaldi. Well, can I just say, as someone who is not... before Dragon and Foxo get this, because I realise this as a lane. Francesco Caricola does deserve this. Dramatically does deserve this, and I expect it to be a very svelte, very beautiful, very powerful design as appropriate for such a ship, because those are the words which would describe that ship if it had been built. Carry on.
Design-wise, they're nothing really special, just getting them up quickly.
Oh, that's disappointing to me.
This is a nice question, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had to go turn off the fire alarm. I like the fact that we're getting Francesco Caricolio, and Albert Luciano is a decent one.
I mean, I like her outfit for Francesca Caracolio, but given the fact they've had to heavily censor it on the Azur Facebook group and Reddit,
But she's a good Catholic girl. She's the Italian Navy. They're very good Catholics. You're not.
Your DMs aren't open on stream, are they?
No, you're not telling me this is like St Mary's University, where the girls used to every Friday and Saturday night they go out partying, and every Sunday morning there'd be a huge line for confession.
Shall we say I've just sent you her
You
artwork.
can't tell me that's the real case, because that's just that was just the Irish girls at St Mary's and the English Catholic girls. That's not true Italian Catholic girls. They never behave like that.
Oh,
And
they behave worse.
please note, I went to St Mary's for 3 years. I did my bachelor's there. I loved it at university. I loved it. A lot of those girls were my friends. But I will tell you this: A, they could drink any and every single entire rugby teams under the table solo. B, yes, it was a running meme in university, and I think still is a running meme in the university. In that what is the UK's only Catholic university, St Mary's University College, Twickenham, that the Catholic girls, you only have to hang around till Sunday morning, and you can tell exactly how many of the population they are there, because they'll all be queuing outside for confession. Usually, it is Thursday morning and Sunday morning there outside for confession, because it's Friday night and Saturday night were, of course, big normal party nights, but also Wednesday night was, at that point, when I was there, I think half-price shots in the Student Union bar on a Wednesday night, if I remember. I think that was the Wednesday, but I could be wrong. And, yeah.
Oh, we had a Catholic high school in my Catholic girls' high school in the town where I went to high school. They were partying.
I know you're lying. These are good Catholic girls you're talking about. Should I be looking what for? So certainly. Oh, good lord.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Chandelord is the one just asked a question
sure
for the
they
Otaku
wouldn't-
Pet. Why is she dressed like this?
Are we sure they didn't read Catholic and think Sisters of Battle? Because
Where's the picture? Where can I see it?
Foxo sent me the
just
picture
look it up.
personally. I'm not putting it on channel, and my little cousins hopefully will not look it up, because good lord no. But yes, it looks very Sisters of Battle, not Azur Lane.
Yes, Sisters of Battle.
It's parody of Azur Lane.
Look, what the ship?
No, in a nice way, Sisters of Battle would possibly be complaining that's too little.
Yes.
Yeah.
For clothing, that's just drap.
Hello, Nightwolf. Good to see you online. You did scare me almost yesterday. Yes, it was yesterday.
She's only wearing her rigging.
Here's the thing. Can I just please say, if you're going to introduce yourself with your Discord name first on the channel, I just want to say this to you when you meet me. That's fine. But if your name begins with Knight online, can you start off with, I'm not 6831 or I am 6831? Because I have, and this is no disrespect meant to Knight 6831, but there is the point at which I'm hearing, hello, I'm Knight from, I'm not, some say I'm Knight, and I'm going, oh good lord, how many questions am I going to have right now? I've got a whole queue. Is it the lovely Knight with lots of questions, but then how am I going to manage the queue? No, I'm Night Wolf. Oh, okay, yes, that's fine. That's good. It's almost a Pavlovian response in me. I hear Knight and I'm going, oh, good lord, there's going to be a lot of questions coming. Just start off with, I'm not 6831, or if you are 6831 meeting me for the first time, say I am 6831. Then I'll know what I'm dealing with, and I won't have the moment of terror with the hello, I'm Knight. Just saying this. Just putting this out there. It's lovely
Unless
to meet
that's
you.
what they're intending.
I think it is.
I
But I'm putting this out there. Stop scaring me. Now, interesting, this one. Okay. This is another channel. What can you tell us about naval career of Juan the Third de Bourbon and Battenberg? Well, this was an interesting one for me to look up because I was sort of going, do I know him by a different name? And the answer is no. He is Juan de Bourbon. But he became, well, his son became King of Spain. His naval career, I think he's more getting a ship named after him. I would say for things other than his naval career. Looking through it. Because if you consider when he was going to participate in the Civil War, he was arrested near the French border and sent back by General Emilio Mola, just to get him out of there. And yeah, it's I would say good guy, though. Broadly speaking, good guy. But oh, sorry. I just realised that that was doing that. But yeah, naval career. I'm trying to look for stuff. There's he did time in the Royal Navy.
When was he serving?
Well, that's the interesting question. He served his time. He served time in. He had tattoos actually from his time in the British Royal Navy. But he was only born in 1913.
Oh.
So it would presumably be World War II if he'd served in active war, but I don't think he managed to get to serve in active war, judging by the way it's being written and how he was sort of avoiding things.
So he didn't do a Prince Philip.
I think it was more problematic as he was the heir to a throne, which was also... Yeah, I'm looking for details. I'm trying to look for the various details on him, and... No, he seems to spend a lot of his life wandering around trying to deal with the issues in Spain and trying to sort out things in terms of his family relationship there. I think he did spend time with the Royal Navy, of course. He did do some training with them and some service, but he had to go into exile in 1931, and he completed his training in the Royal Navy after he'd left Spain. And yeah, as he's in the air, I don't think he's allowed to do anything. Pretty much, it's different from Philip of Greece. As although I have to say, I have been having a fun day recently, because someone's going, yes, but the British had plans to invade Narvik to reach the Finns. And I went, look carefully at the units which the British put in, the British Chiefs of Staff put in that plan. You'll find they're units which are all already able to go elsewhere or are elsewhere. So, in other words, it's a case of, if we have to do this, to the cost of the specialist units we need for this operation, we would A, have to need these people on our side, and B, we'd have to cancel all these other important operations. It's a kind of classic British plan of, this is how we don't do something.
Our politicians have told us to prepare for this.
Yes. Yeah, if you're a senior officer and you can't come with a plan which is going to look so terrible to the politicians that they would never even dream of giving it the okay, then you really shouldn't be involved in planning. Frank Spanner, what do you think would happen after what the US did to Maduro instead happened to Napoleon, Hitler, Stalin, Mao, or the Japanese Emperor? Ooh. If someone managed the cutting out operation on them.
Yoink el Presidente mission.
If you yoink Hitler in 1944, somehow, then probably the Germans try and negotiate a peace with the Allies so that they don't get as completely done in. If you consider some of the factors in Germany at that point. Mainly because in 1944 there is enough of a senior army leadership, remember, doing all the various plans to get rid of the Nazis around that could do that. That if whilst there's a mild civil war going on between the Nazis over who should take over, that's pretty much going to be Goering versus
Himmler.
Himmler. Pretty much it's going to boil down to those two versus each other. That you might end up with a negotiated peace in Europe. Kidnapping the Emperor is a good way to make it a do or die war for the Japanese, so that doesn't really help you.
The Japanese will stop playing nice like they have been up to that point.
No, it's not so much a case of playing nice. It's a case of they have. If you've kidnapped the Emperor, you have sufficiently tarnished their honor that the hardline factions in Japan will see no chance in peace. So
I kind of wasn't kidding about that.
Yeah, I suppose,
I don't think two nukes would be enough.
No, it would have been. Yes, it would have been really not good.
You'd get teenagers attacking US soldiers with spears.
You get all sorts of things.
It would just be horrible.
Yeah, that's probably the worst thing you could do.
Napoleon would be interesting. I think
depends on when.
Almost at any point, because he'd managed to create such a kind of cult of personality. Cult of personality. And yeah, I'd be curious about him. Because the other question would be, what if you managed to do something like get Hitler in about 38 when you had before the war starts. Would be another.
Oh, then
interesting.
Yeah, but the
then
trouble
Hitler
is,
would be remembered as
you do that, you create a hero of a martyr of Hitler, and also because whilst yes he's done very bad things, up to that point he's got a level of, especially legally, framework where he's plausible. If you consider the fact the whole legal framework post World War II was established and was on interesting legal precedents at that point, especially when you start to consider some of the things which they tried to prosecute the Germans for were. There's a reason, let's be honest, no one goes on trial for the bombings and for bomber operations, because that would set a very problematic precedent and various things like that. No, it's I think the most interesting myself would be if you could yoink Mao out just as the Korean War began.
Would be very interesting.
Yep.
Because you have cases for it. And you have reasons for it. And if you did it before the Korean War, then probably the Korean War changes the result massively. And if you do that, you might end up with a unified China and various other things changing history. It depends how strong the Communist Party. At that point, the Communist Party wasn't really at their strongest. They were starting off with their counter-revolutionary campaigns, where they were targeting what they considered the remainder of the KMT and anyone who they didn't really like. They hadn't done the Great Leap Forward. They hadn't done things like that yet at that point. They were doing the Zenfan campaign, which was about suppressing bandits, apparently in rural areas, but mostly it was used for suppressing people, repressing military groups which hadn't been part of the communists, but some of whom had fought alongside the communists to try and get rid of the Japanese. It's an interesting time. It's an interesting question, Frank. Thank you for that one. Carrot 151. If in 1904-07 the Entente agreements had not been made, what sort of naval response could the French-Russians build to German, Austrian, and Hungarian fleets with their actual industrial capacity? Not much. They're maxed out as it is. That's the trouble. What you see them build is what they can build. There is a reason. The Russians, even though they are worried about the Germans in terms of being their threat, are also ordering destroyers from the Germans. And cruisers. Kid you not, as I touched in the video which was aired on Friday, a large chunk of the larger German vessels, which are possibly destroyers in World War I, which people like to point to and go, yes, this shows that they were building those ships. You sit there and go and look at them and you go, well, they're ordered because there's Russian machinery available not to go to Russia, so they order them so that they can make use of the machinery, because the yards, otherwise they're going to lose money on it. That's problematic for them. That's what they don't want to do. They don't want to lose money. And there were attempts by the French royalists to kidnap Napoleon. Yeah, the thing is, trying to kidnap Napoleon without having a helicopter is going to be very difficult. Mainly because of getting him away.
I have a very good hot air balloon.
Yeah. That's not really something you can control as well as you'd like. I know there are hot air balloon pilots who do claim they can control the direction their hot air balloon is going in. I just don't think anything which depends on its motive power and direction on the wind is really in that shape and form, which doesn't have the benefit of a keel and a hull to allow it to, a rudder to act against it if necessary, is going to have that much control.
But I will make it incredibly ugly, and thus it shall fly by like the power of the Blackburn.
I worry about you.
Yeah.
I worry about you on so many levels.
I mean, that's
Ramon,
probably fair.
what is your opinion of the M1E3 Abrams prototype? Do you think it's just an M1A2 set v 3 with a few technological inserts and still too heavy compared to Challenger 3? Honestly, no, but there again, I would say I'm kind of disappointed in all the paucity of design work we have going on in the current time programs. If you want to see a system which has suffered since the peace dividend of the 1990s, I give you the main battle tank. Because what we're dealing with for everyone, and this goes doubly so probably for the Challenger 3, is reheated. Basically, it's now been so many times in the microwave, it's tough as old leather, and probably tasteless.
Don't we not even know that much about E3 yet? Like, it's incredibly bare bones the information that we do have.
Yeah.
Steve's got a really good video on it, and it boils down to it looks interesting. There's no major flaws with it, as you can see visually, and anything that would tell you that otherwise it's classified.
Yeah, like so. We can't really say anything on it, I would have said.
Yeah.
No.
And it's not like the BMPT where you could see the issues with it from the footage released.
Oh,
The
yeah.
barrel shake.
Oh, there's the the Russian 14,
T14
which has issues.
Well,
Yeah,
don't they have so many issues they've now been cancelled as a project, as I recall?
Shelved. But the reason I would know why that's bad is might be classified to hell and back is because you've seen it break down on parade. Repeatedly. En masse.
The main issue with the T14, I would say, is having looked at it, there was honestly a question in my mind. If you scaled up the Mammoth tank from Red Alert 1, the original Red Alert, it might actually be higher than it. Thomas, the Chieftain has a video on M1E3. Quite possibly does. I haven't had a chance to see it. I've been running around the country doing other things, and I'm sorry, Thomas, but currently I'm live, so I also not going to go watch the Chieftain's video now. That would be kind of rude to everyone here. But
Yeah.
I'll get
Unless
to it
you
in a
do a
bit.
live reaction video.
Yeah,
No,
I think me and Dragon have seen it, and it's a good video.
I'm sure it is.
Well, I have seen
I keep
it,
trying to
but I will-
arrange
I
a
haven't
video
watched the full-
with the Chieftain myself about armoured cars, and I keep failing to arrange it. We'll get there. But it's one of those things of, yeah.
He's a good historian and a good presenter.
He is good. But I'd also just mildly point out, and I mean this in the nicest way, this is a naval history channel.
Yes, and as was pointed out by your prof yesterday, HMS Tiger was designed by the same man who designed the tank.
Dang, I knew there was a reason I shouldn't let him listen to this. But the point is more a case of, as I was trying to make, was we've got naval history questions to get to, and that's a modern tank question.
Yeah, it's like asking Dr. Clarke about modern tanks is probably like asking him about the life of a 12th century peasant in Worcestershire.
Yeah, he only does Warwickshire.
Exactly.
I might have been the first vehicle I ever learned to drive was a Chieftain main battle tank, and I do enjoy tanks, but I would never claim to be an expert on the current ones because I have enough dealing with the multi-thousand-ton monsters and the variations on them. The main thing I look at in main battle tanks and worry about is going in the nicest way. At least in the same time it's taken us, we've had challenges 1, 2, and 3. The Royal Navy is now on its 4th frigate design, 2nd destroyer design, and the Army's still reheating the same tank design.
It would help if they actually gave the army some money to build some.
What? The thing is, and I mean this in the nicest way, but if everyone, usually as a rule, the big major projects in the UK, and I mean this in no nasty way, if ever there's going to be the worst one, it's going to be the Army one. And that's usually because when the Army gets a program, every single faction in the Army wants to have a part of it. And so it will get automatically too many cooks will spoil the broth. And at least in the Navy and the Air Force, when it's a program, if it's a program which is specific to one section of them, like it's a carrier program, or it's a destroyer program, or it's a submarine program, it will literally be that section of the Navy which will take the lead, and the other factions will basically be told to toddle off. For the Army, when it doesn't matter if it's Ajax, it's Boxer, what it is, every single branch seems to want to get involved, and they all have their own things they want added in. And I just sit and look at the poor Army and go, I just feel bad for you. And before we start talking about Boxer and Ajax, please remember, there are programs before them which never actually delivered anything.
Yep. But put it this way.
The British Army procurement has been an absolute mess for about 40 years by this point. And this has been, you know what I've said about the Royal Navy's procurement. You know what I said about the RS procurement. I'm not exactly big fans of their procurement system. So when I say the Army's, in comparison, is an absolute mess, and it's because, also, I would say, the Army is the one which has had to have the most split personality in terms of, now you're a counterinsurgency force, now you're a peer warfare force, now you're a counterinsurgency force, now you're a peer warfare force, now you're expeditionary, now you're this, and they just keep moving the goalposts on them.
They want all these capabilities the government's not willing to pay for.
Yes.
And it's like, the Navy gets thrown tins of tuna occasionally. The Army gets thrown one tin of tuna every decade. Everyone wants a chunk of it.
Mark Friend, surely amphibious vehicles will be a topic. Yes, I do tend to get into amphibious vehicles. But again, modern tanks. Naval history. When we do videos which are entitled Bruships, alternate history, when we do, current affairs and those things, yes. And I will always do modern ships because basically they're a continuation. But yeah. Russell Whiskey. Regarding Virginia-class submarines and the Virginia payload module, aside from the increased cost of presumed production, what are downsides of the module? The more you lengthen the boat, the more you're increasing its length to beam ratio, which is going to make it faster, but also going to make it more difficult to maneuver underwater. And believe it or not, there is topography and geography underwater. And
are they talking about the Hunchback Virginias?
Yeah.
I also have another downside, but it's not a hardware downside, it's a human downside.
Okay, here's a quick question. Are submarines ball pots?
Huh? Are submarines
Ball pots.
hot, do you say?
Okay,
Bullpup.
it depends on the
I still haven't heard the word, so I'm going to let you guys answer and I'll figure out what. Huh?
Bravo
Bullpup is in
uniform
bullpup
Lima
rifle.
Lima Papa uniform Papa. It depends on the submarine, because like this, I think the Soviet boomers have their missile silos ahead of the sail, so those wouldn't be bullpups. I think the Virginias have their VLS ahead of the sail, except for the Block 5 Virginias, which have theirs behind the sail, which would make them a bullpup. Same with the Ohios.
Okay, now, so we're comparing them to rifle mechanisms.
Yes, or firearm layouts.
I did. You see, this is the trouble because I heard pup. I heard ball pup, not bull pup, and I was going, "Hang on."
It's a meme. Don't ask questions you don't want to understand.
I'm happy to not understand. I will carry on in blissful ignorance. Then
you will be much better off for it.
Sometimes it's nice to, and it's nice to be traveling for a few days. You don't know what's going on.
To me, it's a long-standing meme. The biggest issue with the Hunchback Virginias is that the politicians in brass are going to try and use it for things that are going to get that ship killed.
Yeah,
that boat killed, and it's for that reason it's kind of a waste of a hull, because they're going to say, well, it's a Virginia, so it can go do sneaky breaky Virginia things, and then they're going to try and do that, and it's going to go get itself killed because it is not as nimble or as sneaky as a Virginia is. It's this weird half-breed thing that's not an SSBN, but also, or an SSGN, but also not an SSN. It's a halfway house that does neither well.
Basically, you need to almost bring back the whole K designation for attack. So you now call some Virginias SSKNs and some SSGNs. Just to be honest about what they are.
Yes, but then you have to.
Or you can call them SSKGs.
But then you have to explain to Congress that that Congress actually authorized the construction of two markedly different capabilities, and not just an expansion of the one capability, which is what they thought they were buying.
Yeah.
Or at least what they were led to believe that they were buying.
They believe so much.
Virginias are basically just donkeys in ship form.
We're taking the Virginia hull and making it an SSGN. Basically. Like a very crude way of saying it, but we're taking a Virginia and we're making it an SSKN, an SSBN, or GN. Guided missile submarine, nuclear. But we're still calling it a Virginia. It's just the Block 5.
Like taking two species of submarines, crossbreeding them to get these that are mildly useful.
You're buying, instead of buying a Lamborghini, you're buying a Lamborghini tractor.
You joke, but they're some of the best tractors on the market.
Yes, it's. I'm not arguing that one way or another, but when you tell somebody, "Oh, I got a Lamborghini,"
okay,
people think an Aventador.
Now we've got to Clarkson's farm references. We're going to move on to Montana 67's next question. Is it possible for Prince of Wales to limp to port after it's beating in 4C? It's got enough damage, it's unlikely, but it's possible Ruby Pulse could have made it, potentially, if she'd had a little bit more luck. Again, Prince of Wales, it depends where she's hit. You know, if she'd been hit slightly less. She could have done, but it's... Yeah, 4C is a fun one because, as we said before, there is a lot of skill in the Japanese part involved, but there's also a lot of luck that it works out the way it does.
I mean, yes, she could have been saved, but it would have been difficult. The flooding so the thing that really messed her up was the prop shaft going. I don't think how to describe it. It kind of when it
wacky inflatable arm floating tube man.
Yeah, it smashed up whole lot of stuff, and so you had bad flooding
in multiple compartments.
Yeah, but you could have counter flooded. Now whether she would have stayed. So I think you probably could have kept her afloat and moving slowly, probably on the shafts on the other side.
No,
I don't know if
she'd have gone in circles.
Yep.
Really?
Did the rudders get crunched?
Well, no, because she lost 2 shafts on one side.
Yeah.
But she was a 4-shaft shift, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was 4 shaft.
But if you're losing all of the shafts on one side, so
you can
maybe spread, right?
You can maybe go with the remaining inboard shaft, but that was also sustained damage and was vibrating, as I remember it. And in a nice way, the rudder mechanism was not working properly. If you'd had repulse to tow her,
yeah, this is the thing.
She could have had a tow. But the thing is, they don't have any cruisers with them, and she's also got enough damage in other places. And as I said, basically you need to remove one of the torpedo hits. Doesn't matter which one, but any one of them, one of the ones removed, and you suddenly make it a lot easier. The Bismarck wasn't making it to harbour. The Bismarck, in a nice way. Here's the thing, and this was said brilliantly yesterday, is that there is like 4 minutes between the sinking times of Prince of Wales and Bismarck, and the Prince of Wales is considered to go down so quickly, and the Bismarck's considered to take such a long time. But the Prince of Wales goes down 4 minutes faster than Bismarck.
Well, obviously, it took those extra 4 minutes for the crew to set the scuttling charges.
Don't go there.
Isn't part of the issue of Prince of Wales that she probably couldn't move on her own power because of the damaged shafts? And even if her rudder was attacked, we would have had a lot of water resistance on one side.
You basically would have had to. You could have gone low speed, hard rudder, and as long as you'd had a guiding rope to something of enough power and size, i.e., battleship or cruiser grade engines, you could have towed it if it hadn't been as damaged as it was, and you could have made it home. Walter Broders is obviously. You're saying, are you going to tow a sinking battleship? As I said, if it's got slightly less damage, you can actually control the sinking, and that wouldn't be the first time that vessels which have been barely afloat on the capital ship scale have been towed into harbour. It would not be the first time, so we're not talking something weird.
I would also point out that even if it takes a year to get Prince of Wales back into fighting trim, that's still 2 years less than it would take to build Prince of Wales Mark II, which is a lot of time in a war where you can get that capital asset back in 12 months instead of 36 or 60.
Yeah, basically, and also you have to remember, British battleships were designed to be repaired. Why did they have the armour positioned the way they did, whereas others didn't? Was because the British had designed their battleships to have their armour taken off them, put on back on them, and replace with new armour. There are various things designed to make actually which actually made the ship slightly less perfect as a design, as a battleship, but actually made it more perfect from the point of view of maintenance and being able to repair. Wayne's World, you would have had a chief engineer and need a psychological counselling if Prince of Wales made it. If Prince of Wales had made it back, the chief engineer would have earned a promotion and a very prominent medal.
And probably would never have to buy drinks again.
Yeah.
Or at least never have to buy drinks for a very long time.
But apart from the issue that if she did come to a stop to be towed, she would have been a sitting duck.
Yes, and how many torpedo reloads did the Japanese have in Indochina?
None.
Yeah. I mean, it's the thing of basically a large reason why you lose Force Z is because of the air. The Japanese had just enough air in just the right place.
And I would point out, I would point out the biggest reason you lose Force Z is because there was an absolute, and I'm talking about a bird here, little guys are watching, cock up in terms of communication between the Royal Air Force and the Royal Navy. The Royal Navy had got used to communicating with the Royal Air Force in the Mediterranean, where they ignored the Air Ministry advice and various rules which had been set out and hadn't yet been changed during the war, and would tell the Royal Navy if they had strike aircraft or fighters present, and would differentiate between the two. What happened in the Singapore was the Navy was told there's no air support available. They took this to mean there were no fighters or strike aircraft available, but what the RAF meant was there's no strike aircraft available to support you. There are fighters. There's actually a wing of a squadron or a couple of squadrons of Royal Australian Air Force Buffaloes sitting ready to come to you. And that little mix-up causes all the problems that come after, because the Navy don't believe there's any aircraft to call. So there's no point making calls for support. But the thing is, if the moment they detected they seen the Japanese coming and they go, we're going to be attacked, they'd send out a radio message calling for those fighters. They'd probably been over in time to definitely stop Repulse hit being sunk, potentially stop the last hit on Prince of Wales. And that potentially makes it viable for them to get home.
So forgive me for asking, didn't Repulse go down after Prince of Wales?
Yep.
So after Prince of Wales being hit and had her shaft knocked out, if they'd had stopped to tow her, both her and Repulse would have been sitting ducks for the next strike to come in.
There wasn't another strike. No, literally the Japanese had sent all their strike aircraft with all their torpedoes they had in one strike.
I'm assuming Fox was more meaning those in terms of strike waves, because I'm guessing
Yeah.
all planes didn't attack at the exact same moment.
No, literally all the aircraft, all the waves had gone through. By the time all the aircraft that were that actually had fuel and were able to use their bombs and didn't actually have to fly hours home and hours back had taken part in it. They were bingo.
Yes, but as in the planes in the air, that being all of them,
yeah,
did they attack in just one massive wave?
Pretty much.
Or did they segment? Right.
It's a space of a few minutes, but it's segmented over a few minutes, but it is pretty much they all attack in one group.
Yeah, they were able to get
time then to stop for it. Like
for the level of air cover which Force Z had at the time, which was
nothing.
Buckus,
yeah.
The Japanese were able to get just enough air into just the right place in order to sink Force Z. If you change how much air cover Force Z has, or even move their position on the map by a couple hundred clicks.
Stop typing to people. Sorry, I'm talking to the Raleigh.
I'm not typing to people.
Raleigh's trying to. The Poodle is typing on Discord.
Yeah,
trying to type in Discord. Yes. No,
and I was saying that I am currently clicking on heads in Dune.
Your generation food.
Listen, it's bad enough I have to deal with the ornithopter design concept and the abomination to maintenance that thing is.
Frank Potter. I don't know. Let's see. I think. Yeah, the aircraft involved are Imperial Japanese Navy. They're Imperial Japanese Navy bombers. You're saying you're putting in the thing about the Imperial the army showing up the Navy, but they're Imperial Japanese Navy bombers. Frank Barmel, sorry. The Iron has no idea about the Japanese iron planes. Oh, so the Japanese Army embarrassed the Navy by sinking Prince of... No, it was the Japanese Navy. It was their bomber aircraft.
Remember, the IGN had its own land-based air force and land-based infantry divisions.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to remember that the IJ and the IJN both consider each other to be
Foreign
absolutely
powers.
replaceable. Okay, you're rabble-rousing. Yeah, you weren't really. Because if
how
they
am I
had,
rabble-rousing?
But most people, when they're thinking long-range bomber aircraft, will be thinking in terms of Japan, it would be the army. But actually, most of the fairly large chunk of the long-range bombers were actually the Navy.
Yeah, I mean, Japan essentially spent most of World War II powering two completely separate armed forces.
Yeah, they have 88 aircraft involved in the strike, 34 of which are carrying all the 34 torpedoes they had there. 51 are configured as level bombers, and 3 were acting as scouting aircraft. The actual basically the level bombers we can just ignore. Of the 34 torpedo aircraft, 4 were destroyed, 28 were damaged. Most of those were write-offs when they got home.
Ignore the level bombers?
Yeah,
US Army general, that would be...
Well, as far as ships are concerned, level bombers are not really much of a problem. Because the ship's moving.
Unless you're that one Japanese destroyer who got overconfident.
For a level bomber to hit you, you have to be being very stupid as a ship. In World War II.
Or a civilian.
Yes.
Or a civilian.
Yeah. There is a reason you tend to send strategic level bombers against large targets that aren't moving.
Usually ones that are affixed to the ground.
Yes. Yeah, it's... That's fun, but when you start to consider that, you start to go, oh, good lord, this deck, there's a reason we don't hear much about the Japanese long-range torpedo bombers after this attack for a while. Because their force is severely damaged.
Cease to exist.
Yeah. And this is the point again of, you have any fighters sitting over that force, especially when you consider the bombers to do it, they actually had to land their self-defense weapons and load up extra fuel to be able to go. So they didn't have guns aboard for defense. So, as I was talking about yesterday, a frigging Sea Gladiator would have been enough. A couple of Sea Gladiators flying up would have been enough to deter it, to break up this force. Because they have nothing. They have nothing. It's, it's an absolutely amazing thing in terms of their professionalism and what they deliver. But it is also, there is so much luck. I wouldn't say a swordfish because technically they're not a fighter. I know there are a fair number of Germans who got their aircraft shot down over Norway and various other things by swordfish. But we'll leave that to one side. Swordfish should not be being used for the air defense roles.
Swordfish is the best air defense fighter.
No.
You could probably put 620 mils on a swordfish if you got rid of the bombs and the torpedoes.
I'm Clarke. I recently I watched the HMS Tiger video, and I was surprised to hear that she did, in fact, have decent gunnery. Could you explain on it? Yes, basically, her captain ignored all the rules of gunnery which were taught by the battle cruiser force. He was a gunnery officer. He had his own ideas, and basically every time someone from the battle cruiser force came on to tell him about gunnery, he sat there, smartless, and said, "Aren't you smart?" Gave them a big cookie and a nice cup of tea, and then sent them home. And then when his gunnery officer said, "So I'll be implementing that, sir," he said, "Shut up and never listen to it ever again."
Implementing what?
Questions are, I think,
What
are
were we
still open at
supposed
the
to
moment.
implement?
I think they're still open at the moment. I don't think we've reached the full 50 in yet.
50.
No, it's closed. Okay. There you go. Questions are closed. People haven't beeped me. Malaga. I'm currently planning a 1-week trip to UK this summer. How much time would you say it should take to see all the most important things in Portsmouth?
A week.
3 days.
At least 2 days, probably betting and banking on 3.
Because I'm also kind of planning a UK trip. I just don't know which year I'm gonna take it.
A week's a lot for Portsmouth, though.
A week you don't really need a week for Portsmouth, but 3 days would be probably enough.
Considering Rome is a city said you need to take 5 days to see. And Rome's got a lot more stuff to see than Portsmouth.
You've got the historic dockyard, you've got the you've got the museum, the submarine museum across the way. Which basically they're both going to be the historic dockyard, going around all those 3 ships. That's going to be a day. And that's why if you're doing Warrior, Victory, and Mary Rose, plus the museums, that is a day in that museum alone, because there's a lot crammed in there. I'm also not sure who suggested it takes you only 5 days to see Rome. I would say it would take you a lot long on that. I presume that person was sprinting.
No, actually, as someone who's done it, it's actually about right.
Really?
It depends how
ironically,
deep you want to go.
Yeah.
You can definitely do Rome in 5 days, unless you're wanting to go into every single alleyway. It does mean, you're getting up at 7 a.m. and going to bed usually at 10 p.m.
I'm on vacation.
Yeah.
Why do I want to go to work on vacation?
If you want to enjoy yourself, you need 2 weeks.
Foxo, Dragon, that doesn't sound like a holiday. That sounds like a
incredibly
torture
relaxing.
trip. And also, maybe I'll give you some advice. Never take Foxo on a holiday like that. I have a feeling it will be very life-shortening for you.
Well, it'll be life-shortening because it never dropped below 32 on any of the days we were there.
Yep.
32 degrees Celsius.
Yep, you take me to the Mediterranean, I take you to Narvik and lock you outside the cabin for the night.
Also, as Salty is saying, he managed to do Rome in 3 days during 35 degrees Celsius, but they were explicitly walking quickly.
Yeah, but
The question is,
Portsmouth.
why
I'd
did
say
you
off
not
for
get
4 days.
pushed into the timer?
The pointy thing is to actually enjoy and learn the history and enjoy and soak up the culture, not race through it.
Yeah, that's why I said 5 days.
Oh, good
5
lord.
days you can actually spend quite a relaxed pace. But I would say for Portsmouth, 4 days, because that means you have 3 days to see everything, and then you've basically got a bonus day of, ooh, I like that, I want to go back to it.
AC7. Okay, next question. This is a nice political one.
There is also Fort Nelson.
There is
Yeah,
also
just
Fort
like
Nelson.
Fort Nelson
And
and
there-
a bit inland.
And there's also I'll pop it across quickly to the Isle of Wight to see Osborne House. AC75, RO7. Given the recent seabed shenanigans, what are the arguments against the Republic of Ireland joining NATO?
Oh, I can answer this one. Would actually have to spend money on a defensive budget,
Yes.
stop profiting off neutrality, and being a de facto Swiss tank for people who are under sanctions. You'd also have to deal with the fact that we'd actually have a military again,
Yeah.
which would also dig up a lot of issues with the Irish military. The fact that it still has a lot of roots of being a paramilitary organisation and is equipped like one, and the fact that the Irish government knows that it can rely on the UK and France for all of its defensive needs, because Irish independence or Irish control by the British is critical to British security. So they can't.
Basically, the only reasons against it are they'd actually have to start spending money on defence, and that's a very big reason against it as far as they're concerned.
Yeah. Well, why spend the money on defence yourself when the British will pay for it for you?
I mean, it's smart.
But it's also the fun thing. Every time Ireland protests, we are in a strong independent nation, and everyone else looks at them and goes, "Independent, yes. Strong.
Ireland is a house cat nation in that kind of way.
Yes, but a house cat can actually be a convincing predator when it has the opportunity to be a convincing predator.
It fits the Irish perfectly, because the few parts of the Irish military that exist, when they're sent to UN peacekeepers, are absolutely terrifying.
They are very capable.
What do you do? Withhold Guinness from them? To get their blood up?
No.
You give them opportunity to fight.
Yeah. Basically, you've given them a license to actually use their weapons and told them it's for a good cause. Yes. Nights everyone. For Dragon and Foxo, would the Amara Central Palace, as seen in Azure Lanes, a dance from area above, be a good or bad idea as part of the Sakura Empire Shipgo residence and port? Excuse me a second, I'm just taking the poodle to the garden.
The what palace?
Big chesty anime waifu palace?
The rest of us will rely on you lot to protect us from actually having to learn anything about this.
I bounced off of Azure Lane because, well, if I'm going to play the game, I'd like them to actually be speaking English.
I did the... Did I do that event? I think I did that event. But I barely remember anything from it, so unfortunately I can't really say. It was during a bit of a lull period for me, and actually did I?
It's a building.
Yeah,
I still don't know what Azure Lane's gameplay looks like.
It's a side scroller.
Technically, yes.
Yeah, I guess you could call it a side scroller. I feel like that's slightly insulting to some side scrollers, but yes, you could call it a side scroller.
Put them up.
3 escorts that you side scroll around on, and they can call in special abilities from your capital ships.
You also have 3 submarines you can call in as well.
But that's restricted to some levels.
No, it's on all levels.
I don't remember being able to take them in on like the first 3 worlds.
Right, okay. Once you get out of the "this is how you touch a screen," you can actually do stuff.
So fun fact, Azure Lane does
use
have
a phone,
a
you
how
have
to
to
touch
the phone.
screen tutorial. I know when I was trying to find my account, I did it a lot of times. It's like, press the screen of intermediary force in this location and move your finger while maintaining contact.
Foxo, it also has how to touch your ship girl in the game.
Why did you phrase it like that, Team?
Because you've literally got, because unironically, the game actually gives you special missions of touch secretary ship or touch ship indoor.
Yes.
Like, it is the official coding term.
Yeah, sure.
Because then you've also got special touch.
No, God.
Look,
no.
in the nicest
Anyone
way,
can look this up and
in the
fact
nicest
check me that
way,
it is the
Dragon,
correct
I'm
term.
fairly sure if you special touch your secretary these days, you're getting into trouble with HR and probably worse. Okay?
Yeah, but if you're the HR department.
No, and the fact that
But,
ship
yeah, no,
girls do not
probably-
have an HR department worries me because I'm fairly certain some of those ships would definitely want an HR department, and probably Warspite would spend more life in there than Ricky from Ricky and the Boss.
No, she mostly spends her life having.
Well,
tea
My
parties
boss
with Queen
touches
Elizabeth.
his secretary regularly. He
Ricky,
even gave her a ring about
you're,
it.
you're wrong. Ricky doesn't spend any time in HR because he owns the company.
But yeah, I'll be
Look,
honest,
he
I
spends lots
don't
of time in
entirely
HR.
remember.
He's just not
Okay, I
having the
can't
same
really-
experience in HR that the rest of us would like. Warspite wouldn't, because would you want to be the person in HR who tells off Warspite?
No.
Also, Ricky
No,
doesn't
no, no, no.
spend much time in the in HR because he owns the company.
I just said that.
Yeah, this is something that indeed Runon did just say.
Yes.
I literally just said that.
Yes, but who's listening to Runon?
I like listening to
Stop
her.
me then. I'll just go back to tuning through Arrakis here.
No, clearly you need to finish those
good
models,
luck.
Runon.
All right, Ramal, do you think the Sea Dart could be a good or better anti-radiation missile if applied to sea aircraft like the US did with the Standard Arm missile? No. No, I don't think it would be good to do that with the Sea Dart.
Maybe small warhead.
Yes. Joe Fredericks, and yeah, what do you think about the new North Korean submarines and destroyers, and what other new projects do you think the Korean People's Navy can accomplish? Honestly, they're going to keep building the ships they're building. I'm not sure I would call them literally in a destroyer. I'd say it's a frigate with aspirations. Because I'm being nice and calling it a frigate. I could be trying to make it suggest it's a corvette with aspirations, but yeah.
Is it still the one that that didn't survive the launch?
The second class did not survive the launch, and there's still debate as to what exactly powers them. It's one of those things of
They're probably.
But the North
okay.
Koreans are putting a lot into it. They are putting a lot into trying to develop this stuff. But I think ultimately it's still always going to be second, third, fourth order development behind other things which are more of a priority to them. Although at the moment they are getting more funding and more support from Russia than they've had in probably years because of what they're doing to help Russia. Hello, Poodle.
I love the exchange. I wonder what the North Korean ship girls would be like.
No. We're not getting there.
Nourished.
No.
Amazing.
Oh, moving swiftly onwards.
I will ban you if you bring up ship girls too much. In context of a question on it, yes, there are limitations, there are fines, but bring it up too much and it gets no. Especially what we just said about your secretary. Joel, answer that one on Joel Fredericks. Harold Grungeon. On the outbreak of World War II, 20 Sigma-class corvette light frigates with spares. How will you use those ships?
Well, first I would need to know what a Sigma class is, because it sounds like some Andrew Tate, yeah, that works, nonsense.
No, I think we're talking about the Dutch ones. Yeah, Dutch. I'm sorry. I know these names these days have modern political connotations, but we're also talking about a light frigate design which has been around for a while. Yeah, Sigma. They're part of the Damon Group. Well, some of their designs. They're a small corvette frigate size. They're roughly. Let's see, the Sigma, if you've got the light class corvette light frigate, which one shall we go with? The largest you can get is the one produced for the Indonesian Navy, which is 2,946 tons. A cruising speed of 18 knots, top speed of 28 knots. a range of 5,000 nautical miles, which is pretty good. There's also one for the Columbia Navy, which is 8,200 nautical miles. Okay, sensors, weaponry, mostly have an Automalaria 76, a Denel B1, some Mistral anti-air missiles, Exocets, and lightly MU-90 torpedoes, which mean the MU-90 is... Oh. Yeah, look, they're not gonna... If you have them... How would I use those ships if I had them? Is that they'd be quite useful. If I could keep them supplied, they could be very useful, let's be honest. The Mistral Tetral air defense is going to be fairly useful in World War II context because, well, frankly, in World War II, it's going to be the best missile system available. Of an effective firing range of 8 kilometers, it's going to scare the bejesus out of quite a few things. It would be very helpful. And the Automalaria 76 is going to be also very, very helpful. But it's going to have to keep those supplied because, can I keep the Automalaria working with barrels? Can I keep it supplied with ammunition? It's not going to be smart ammunition. None of the smart ammunition is going to be valuable, but can I get dumb ammunition that's going to work with it? And can I keep the missiles supplied, etc.? This is the thing of these systems be lovely, but they're going to use them up very, very quickly. Because it is a case of use it or lose it, because they're going to be some of the most powerful small ships around, and they're going to be targets because of that. That's still be useful. Yeah, I will say this is one of the things you learn in defense in the nicest way. So many of the Greek names, which are now being picked up by various politicians on all sides, and going, this is this thing or this thing, those names have already been used by defense companies for years for ships, etc., and systems. And you just go, oh, great. And you then find yourself talking about them, and then people react, much as Paul Runon did earlier, going, is that this? And it's not.
That was mainly me memeing.
I know. But I've actually had people do that to me in real life in the middle of a lecture.
Because when I hear something like that, I assume it's from sci-fi. From some sort of science fiction or alt history type dealio, because that's the... what is a safe name that I can use that will not imply an endorsement of anything I do not wish to imply type dealio?
Yeah, the Daemon systems are wonderful because they have Sigma crossovers, customs, enforcers. You go through their list of systems and they are, they're in their ship designs. You just go, they really, really have. So they will even produce a sail training vessel for you. They even have a stand design for a sail training vessel you can buy should a navy wish to have it.
Why?
They also have LHDs, which are labeled as multi-purpose support ships.
So are they trying to inherit Vickers?
Daemon have always been a Dutch, to an extent, a Dutch equivalent of Vickers.
The next thing you're going to tell me is that they're going to start selling 14-inch guns.
Oh, you've seen their you've seen their gun systems.
Oh, good grief! Why won't the 14-inch die?
Because it's a good gun.
Because of Seneca.
Heretic.
Because of It's literally Seneca's fault it won't die.
It's probably some sort of golden ratio to the 88mm.
Carol,
No idea what that.
I'm just avoiding it. Carol on phone. With the exception of Aegis Captain, which ship would you like to see resurrected from the deep to see how badly designed built it was?
Well, there was one in Sweden. ...
That was recovered. I am thinking if I want to get something badly built, how badly designed built it was. I'm honestly tempted to say the Bismarck.
Yeah, I'm kind of going with that too, just so we can, grab the wereaboos by the short curlies and beat them over the head with it.
No, because I'm honestly
Well,
wondering
think-
how they put so much. How I'd honestly like to see if I could study its design. Exactly how it came out the way it did on the inefficiency scale, because it'd be really interesting for me to go through and look at all the compromises in the design and all the design decisions and do proper forensic engineering on it, because realistically we haven't been able to.
So basically, you want to tie the Bismarck down to a pier somewhere and ask it, why are you the way that you are? Why are you like this?
Basically, I'd crawl all over it doing that. And the thing is, I can tell you the problems with the hood. I can tell you the problems with the other things because I have all the designs and plans, and I've had contact with enough people who've been in contact with their designers, etc., and worked through them, and I can go through that, and I've done the forensic engineering. But Bismarck is one of those things. It's like also Yamato would also be another one I'd like to look at, because honestly, there are some serious compromises with that one. And I'd like to keep my eyesight, which is why I'm not saying any of the pre-World War I, pre-Dreadnought French battleships. I'm really not looking for their ironclads. I like my eyes. This is why I advise people not to look at the Blackburn. I feel you shouldn't suffer your eyesight like I had to suffer my eyesight to look at it. But
No,
you're one of
Praise
Blackburn,
be.
yes, praise be the late day biplane director of the 14-inch.
No.
The Blackburn is a perfectly suitable aviation asset to take a look at. There is nothing to be ashamed of.
This is going to be a contentious one, but this is based off a question which I answered earlier. I said the Dutch were the nastiest small navy in January 1939. They were. Out of the small navies in the world, the Dutch is the nastiest. Let's be honest, look at their number of submarines, the number of destroyers, their various assets. The Dutch are by far and away the nastiest of the small navies. But who is the second, third, fourth, and the fifth in January 1939? Well, at a certain point you get into trouble because you've got some nations which actually have battleships. And you have to factor in how much value do they have.
When we're saying nasty, are we talking, wow, that's a lot, that's a lot of power in a pint-sized glass? Or are we talking, oh my God, you are absolutely psychotic?
Because for the psychotic part, Poland.
Yeah, because
we've got the Poles, the Swedes, the Germans.
Argentinians, the Brazilians, the Chileans. I believe the
Polish
Venezuelans.
is not that big.
Turks.
Great Canadians.
Hello.
And Thailand.
Australians.
Australians are going to be up
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, I just didn't know.
Canadians.
Polish are like a
Commonwealth
petite lady. Never piss her off.
Hey, language.
Yeah. And that's going to do for the next 5 minutes. Seneca, you're muted.
Alex, could you change the banner, please?
Yes, I have
you.
now.
My question's back.
Handhammer.
Yeah,
Handhammer.
I'd say if and nicest, we're going to have to start a policy that I'm told before the questions are opened or closed, so I know to change them beforehand. Because otherwise, the sign changes after things have done the things, and it leads to confusion. So I think we're going to need to do a thing of before,
You could also just reinsert institute the links between OBS and Powder Monkey so that it does it automatically.
Well, it does work, but it's the mods have decided are doing it for me and being helpful. But the system does work.
There's a link. There is the code written for a linkage between OBS and StreamerBot, so that it will change the banner based on the state of the queue.
Yes, they are. They're connected to the buttons. When I press turn it off and turn on the questions on the buttons.
Then I will check to make sure that it is for all actions, for all triggers for that action. Because it's the same action, so it should all work under that paradigm. But I will have to check.
Yeah.
My apologies because I and Steve weren't on the same page.
Yeah, I'm just clarifying it. So basically, it makes it more sensible for the people in the chat as well. If I'm here and then I can do the things and make sure the banners are appropriate, not after. Because then what you sometimes do is get it open and chat, and then there's a while before I get told, do the banner, and some people put the questions in and others don't get a chance. So it's just easier if I'm told before. It's like, yeah, and Steve's just ended it now. And, yeah.
How in the world did you get 20 additional questions? That was quick, but okay.
Yeah, look like people have some questions today.
Yes. Okay, so second, third, fourth. I'd say probably in second place of the minor navies. It's probably going to be the ones out of South America who seem to be getting most practice are probably the Chileans. Then I'd probably say it's the Australians, because the Chileans just rank up because they have battleship and they actually have it working at that point, so they just rank slightly ahead. Australians, but they are also part of the Royal Navy, so it's kind of putting them up higher, which you could do. It sort of at a certain point, is it their combat power or the Royal Navy's combat power or the Royal Navy's as a whole's combat power and the multiple Royal Navies combined together? It gets a bit I'd say Sweden should be in there. Greece probably doesn't meet top 5 because of its size, and the same with Yugoslavia.
Finland, with their 2 coastal defense ships.
Yeah, Finland's going to be high up there. They're doing well. But you see, the thing is, they're actually exercising their coastal defense ships. They technically have less ships than I think the Norwegians do, but the Norwegians don't really practice the exercise there as much as the Norwegians do.
Yeah, we were lacking on the smaller ships quite heavily.
The language, Timu.
That's not language. We were lacking on the smaller ships quite heavily.
Okay, I heard some different set of ships.
Yeah.
Yes, but
I'm supposed to be the old maid of this chat and have the hearing problems, not you.
Right. Just because Foxo's young does not mean she doesn't have hearing problems.
Tinnitus.
Yes, I also have that annoying mosquito in my ear every hour of every day.
That's because you basically lived in a turbine hall recently.
Mm-hmm.
No, this was long before that.
As a lane question, while I go grab another can of Iron Brew. If you were the Azure Lane commander and you only had the 1st of January, 14th of January, 22nd of January, 20th of January, 3rd of February, 30th of February, 26th... Oh, good lord, this is a two-parter.
Good lord, what the heck is this about?
Surely there's a more simple
free as every other day is a ship girl launch day. What do you do?
Right, okay. He's referring to the fact that the ship girls like spending their birthday with the commanders, and therefore there's very few days in the year the commander doesn't have to deal with any ship.
Probably on the days which he has paperwork or free time or get a rest. Sleep.
Then again, though, the amount of times he's been getting kidnapped to different timelines and universes at this rate, he might actually just go on holiday.
My mouth shut.
He also has a personal flying boat. So I'm going to say at the end of those days, at least my commander gets on that flying boat with maximum fuel and just sleeps while it's flying around overhead.
But given that it's a boat, is it also a ship girl?
No. Also,
No.
that means,
Unfortunately, the Sunderland is not a ship girl. She would be best girl, but she's not a ship
but
girl.
Toxo, there's a problem there. The carriers. Enterprise has been known to just jump onto her fighter planes and flying around.
It's a Sunderland. What's she gonna do, board it?
In midair, potentially.
This
I'm
is
saying-
Enterprise.
And besides, her commission date nowhere near these days off.
Right, Ramol. What would happen if the AEW Airborne Early Warning Avenger entered service in large numbers on USN carriers by June 1944? Would it have helped against the IJN Philippine Sea in late Naval? Yes, it would have done. It would have done. It would provide an airborne early warning. Hello. Oh, good lord.
However, that is going to require a degree of doctrine change from the CAGs.
The CAGs can adapt quite quickly. In this way, what will happen is FAC will develop something like he did with the big blue blanket, and then they'll all adopt it, because the moment FAC says anything, most of the carrier air groups go, oh, the Messiah from heaven has spoken. We must obey. We must obey.
I'm not the Messiah. He is the Messiah.
Yeah, it's really...
He's not the Messiah, he's a very naughty aviator.
Yes, you want your aviators to be very naughty.
Yeah. No, you are not bullying me for biscuits. Not happening.
Yes, I am bullying you for biscuits. Give me biscuits.
But Raleigh continues to bully you for biscuits, up to and including cup checking you, and you continue to give him biscuits for doing it.
No, I don't. I'm telling him he's a good boy, but he's to stop doing this.
This is a wholly self-manufactured problem.
I know.
my good doctor.
I know. I realise he's such a good boy, though. He's been so unwell recently. Now, basically, FAC would have to develop something, but it'd be okay. Joel Fredericks, do you think that if Japan fully expended their offensive potential in 1942 before mid-May? Because if not, what other potential targets could the IJN reasonably take before midway? If they're going to do a midway operation, then they can't really do much. One of the things you have to do is you have to bring your forces together, and if you've got forces spread out doing other things, you can't do midway. So the thing is, because if the forces are out, then when they come back, they have to be repaired, refitted, all these things, and it delays stuff. So it basically, the moment you decide you're going to do midway or something like that, you're starting to bring your forces in. So this is one of the things that happen. That's quite one of the things that people don't really like to explain a lot. But one of the easy points of intelligence is going, okay, our enemy isn't doing much. That tells me they're going to do a big operation. Because if I've got lots of little problems going on all over the place, that's quite a good thing to have going on. Because I know the enemy's not planning a big operation, so I can deal them. But if I've got nothing going on, or only a couple of little bits going on, then that suggests they're harbouring up their resources and they're massing somewhere. In some form or other.
And if you're
right,
go ahead.
or it suggests there is stuff going on, but you don't know about it.
That's even worse.
Yeah.
Or
that's the point at
if
which you
you're
start checking in with your forward positions, and if any aren't responding, you start panicking.
Yep.
And if you are facing an enemy which has enough assets available where it can both do a bunch of light harassing attacks and while saving up for a big sucker punch, you need to sit in a corner and re-examine your life decisions which brought you to this point.
And Seneca is now unmuted because I think their 5 minutes are up.
Yes.
Yeah.
Potato.
Again.
I'm watching you all.
Seneca, potato.
You're not teaching my little cousin.
muted myself.
You're not teaching little cousins bad habits.
Okay.
Isn't it more like you're not giving little cousins
The excuse to blame bad habits on me, which would get me killed by the big
Yeah,
cousins. Yes.
So, it's just the old joke. Is it the joke of, I'm seeing less AI generated content recently. Happy face. Then realizing, oh no.
Yeah,
It's gotten better.
It's gotten better to where it's. I still need somebody to sit me down and talk me through the tells for AI generated audio. Because
In nice
I
one,
can't
go
clearly
listen
discern.
to something which is which is openly AI, and then listen to something which is not AI, and you'll soon be able to tell the difference when you're listening to AI.
And at what point can I walk into a substation feeding a AI data center and start throwing bars of rebar around?
Look,
No.
Legally or illegally?
We don't encourage such behaviour.
look.
You don't. I don't
Well-
recommend it. It's not a great way to see, past. It's not a great way to gain the privilege of growing old.
Basically,
We also don't recommend going to the following directions. And
I will send you a link. My good friend Runon. I will send you a link.
Because suffer not the abominable intelligence to generate something and call it art.
And I would also like to call out that nobody should go to their nearest electric car and unplug it after it's just been driven home, about 10 minutes after. It is totally not hilarious watching your neighbour come out of his house in the morning, try and drive off, and just seeing the range being full.
Okay, I'm gonna
That
say
is totally
this.
No, do not do that, because that is cruel.
I am going to say that given the amount of notifications my internal combustion truck sends me about various things, like if I leave the doors unlocked, if you don't know that your car is unplugged, that's a you problem. That is most assuredly a skill issue.
And you should definitely not take out the fuse that's covered by a simple single screw fuse cover on the Tesla electric charger for the Model X, for the Model S.
Honestly, don't do that.
Yeah, genuinely, you shouldn't do that because if that circuit is under load, you could get an arc flash. And DC does not care about your political or ideological affiliations. It will just kill you.
And
Exactly. I told them not to do it.
okay,
You shouldn't do it.
with that being said, Runon, quickly go listen to what I sent you. Everyone else, Ramal. What if the US Black Hawk squadrons with their PBIs were deployed to the European theatre of operations? Would they absolutely maul the German U-boats in the night and do it better than the Royal Air Force Coastal Command? Probably not.
Why am I sending Black Hawks to do a longbow's job?
Black Cats.
I heard Hawks.
Black Cats. US Black Cats. They're the PBYs that were painted black.
And some of them had the 20 mils, didn't they?
Yeah. They're very good, but Sunderland's were probably better for the European theatre of operations.
Yeah, the Sunderland's got the range on. And the ordnance. And the radar.
I'd say on the AA stuff.
Sunderland also competes with the B-17 in terms of armament.
I would. I'm just going to say on the AI stuff. Some of it's actually quite good. My problem with AI is when they're pretending it's not AI. When they open it is AI, then I have no issue. It's, for example, what do I give? I'm actually kind of amazed every time I sort of end up seeing a short clip of Neurosummer and all the work that the guy Vidal has put into developing that, and all the work that's gone into that sort of system, because that's a really cool system. and I could see that being the model in future of chatbots, which are sort of able to keep people company, give people company, and some people do need something to company, but don't want to talk to people. There are people who have suffered that sort of the whole trauma in their lives and those things, and I could see it being useful. But it's a case of it's when it's pretending to not be. That's when I have the problem. Or when it's the thing that annoys me is when I go phone up for a system, and I want to get assistance, and I'm put through 20 questions by the AI, and it hasn't forwarded the answers to those questions to the actual customer service rep when I'm meeting them. That annoys me.
Wait, you wanted the large companies to actually give a crap about your business and customer experience?
No, I want them to share data internally when I'm asking them for when I'm talking to them. I don't want to have to repeat myself 30 times to oblivion. But the Black Cats are very good. They'd be very helpful. But honestly, in the European theatre of operations, they'd be competing with the Sunderlands. In the theatre operations they worked in, they were just very, very good.
It doesn't also depend on time period.
Yeah.
Because the Black Cats were after 43, weren't they?
Yeah.
And later. Which is after the proliferation of the Sunderland.
Yeah.
Doc, I'm going to send you a question via DMs to see if you want to touch on it, because it's putting a foot in both alt history and current politics at the same time, which is kind of interesting.
Yay.
I can pull up your... There you go. And then if you want to deal with it, I will...
We did that earlier. It was a super chat. It was super.
Yeah, that has been that long ago. Well, then what the heck just came through? Oh, okay, it just came through in the queue now.
Yeah, it took a while to come through the queue. Stafford, how concerned should NATO be with the new relationship that's being fostered between Canada and... Look, in a nice way, you're bringing a lot of things together. And the thing is, sometimes there are various decisions made, sometimes there's a connection, sometimes there isn't. In the nicest way, Canada has said they're prepared to buy cars from China. The problem is Canada doesn't really build their own electric cars, and as has been seen by Edison, the issues with Edison Motors, they're not really supporting them. And if they're not going to be importing them from America, and they want to try and meet their targets, they're going to have to get them from somewhere. And Europe are just about producing enough to satisfy the European market. They're not going to be producing enough to export. So China's your only option. I'm sorry.
Given that the current U.S. administration just executed domestic manufacturer electric car production, Canada does not have for electric vehicles, short of growing its own industry, Canada does not have an option in North America.
Yeah.
Because Ford shut all their stuff down. Stellantis, via the Chrysler Group, has shut all their stuff down.
Also, I'd like to point out the Canadian government, no one's bought any electric cars at the moment. It's just they've said the companies have permission to sell them in Canada. Yeah. So, frankly, it's the government just going, yeah, you can sell them, they're fine. If they're made to road standards, they're fine to sell. And we'll see. If no Canadians buy them, then no one buys them, does it? And a nicest way, again, having spent the time in Canada I would say there is a part of Canada where electric cars make sense. There are large chunks of Canada where they really do not make sense. And depending on which part you live in, you'll either think there's a chance of them actually working or a chance of them not.
And
yeah,
if I would be the biggest... There are concerns with Chinese electric cars, but as far as a consumer product goes, they're no worse than Teslas.
Personally, I wouldn't. Myself, there aren't any electric cars which are really interesting me at the moment. It's just not the car type I'm interested in. But it's a case of
Because
they're an option.
Down to quality. It's going to come down to quality control.
Yeah.
If the Chinese car companies can maintain the cars up manufacturing standards up to Canadian standards, which isn't very high, then they'll do fine. But several of those manufacturers have been kicked out of Europe for selling subpar and dangerous products, especially with battery manufacturing quality. So,
Which is surprising given some of Tesla's. Okay, Tesla does make a good battery pack. I will give them that much. They make a good battery pack. It's the rest of the car that
You don't like their stylings. The
Ow.
nicest way that there are multiple
No,
car
it's-
stylings
it's-
which I don't like. But let's move
it's
on
not,
to the
it's
next
not
question.
No, I'm not. I'm being mischaracterized here. It's not a styling issue. The Teslas actually, with the exception of the Cybertruck, look pretty good, all things considered. It's a build quality and durability issue with the Teslas.
Okay.
just to finish this off, there's a reason between half and 2/3 of Tesla models that are available in the US aren't legal by European or British standards. And it's neither high-end models that are allowed to be imported. So, as for a lot of things, we'll see.
No, Paul. The answer to this one is no. I know there's going to be people out there with hyperbole and all sorts of things, but no. We've in a nice way, we've got a lot of problems because the risks have remained the same, and the threat analysis was even though the risks remained the same, people's threat analysis was there's no threat, so we don't need to protect the risks. And as I've said before, you have the things you need to defend because they're a high risk, and the things you have to worry about because it's a high threat. And sometimes a low risk is a high threat. There's a high threat of a low risk thing happening, and sometimes there's a low threat of a high risk thing happening. But you still make sure you're defended against the potential high risks and the potential high threats. The judge was there was no high threat, so they didn't prepare properly. They haven't covered themselves properly, but. No, Britain's not World War II, and Norway prior to World War II. No. They're just not.
Quite interesting is with that, because it was something that occurred to me, because when you were giving the talk yesterday, when I'm consenting somebody for a procedure, I have to tell them about common complications and serious complications, even if they're very rare.
Yes.
So, regardless of what it is, if I'm doing a proper written consent, regardless of what it is, I will normally include death on there. It might be unbelievably unlikely, and only happens because a helicopter falls through the roof whilst we're in the middle of doing it, but at least you can't say I didn't do it, didn't include it.
Doc, I think if a helicopter crashed into the building and reached the operating theater, I don't even think you could be held liable for that in an American civil court.
Yeah.
You'd be amazed in the UK how far they would go. You'll be amazed in the UK how far they go to try and disprove act of God. Okay, just leave that.
Not as a practitioner. Now, if you own the hospital, that could be a different kettle of fish. But
You're in the helicopter.
It's like the human body has an incredibly low chance of spontaneously bursting into flames, but it's incredibly minute, but it's not zero. You could just spontaneously combust on the operating table.
Yes.
The spontaneous combustion cases really go down when a certain type of heater was outlawed?
The thing about Norway in World War II, as I pointed out, is that the issues that affected Norway started long before World War II. And I could have gone back to prior to World War I, realistically. So the thing is, whilst yes, we've been having issues, and I would argue we've been having issues since the peace dividend in the 1990s, it sort of reached nadir in about 2010, 2012, and it's been slowly, whilst we've not seen it in ship numbers and things, it's been slowly actually working up and being slightly improving since then, because since then, there have been a lot of people working to improve the actual quality and quantity of the defence debate in the UK. And one of the things I will say is if there's any topic you really want governments to pay attention to, protesting is lovely. It gives you lots of flashy news images, but it makes it a topic discussion for a short while and then doesn't change it. What you need to do is you need to work on making it more and more part of the conversation of the national politics. You need to make it part of the national conversation, national understanding. And that's happening. I think one of the reasons why, you look at that over recent years, parties have been basically headhunting now senior military officers to be their defence spokesmen so they can try and look like they're serious on defence. And that's one step away from actually being serious on defence. Trying to look like it. It's now important enough they want to look like they're serious on defence. We have to make it important enough they actually have to be serious enough on defence. But it's gone from being so unserious they didn't even care who was the defence secretary. For goodness sake, there was a guy who was defence secretary for many years in the UK who was called Jeff Hoon. Nicknamed by the forces Buff Hoon. He was Labour, yes. He was an absolutely lovely man to meet. I'm told a very nice person to meet. But he was also probably one of the defence secretaries who really didn't understand a single thing about his brief. And it came up time and time again when he was giving speeches. When he would make the moment he got off notes and wasn't reading from his notes, he would start getting things wrong because he had only a surface level knowledge of his topic. And it came up time and time again, and it didn't even get covered beyond occasionally some mentions in the press. It was basically ignored. You wouldn't get away with that now if you're the defence secretary now in the UK. It's not a listing. It's not. It's an improvement over the position it was in. Okay. We'll leave it where it's an improvement over the position it was in. Bidsec, if the Polaris system was delayed, like 5 years or so, what would the USN do for the strategic deterrent? Wait, because it was the only real game they had going in town. That's the option. Let's put it this way. There's a reason why in Yes Minister, the Department for Constitutional Affairs, wasn't he? I'm trying to remember what hacker was.
Administrative Affairs or something?
Administrative Affairs. Department of Administrative Affairs. Or Dead on Arrival. Was quite so, it was considered quite important in the actual running of the government. How often does he talk about the Defence Secretary? How often does the Defence Secretary come up?
I mean, we have to have one, but we're just not quite sure why.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I've heard similar things, and these days it's getting slightly better in the UK. It did reach a point where it was almost like that, where I was once quietly asked if I could refrain from discussing about current defence affairs in one of the posts I was teaching at, because it wasn't really relevant, as modern warfare didn't matter. As there wasn't going to be a major war, and it was upsetting my colleagues. I was teaching international relations at that point in that place.
Is this person still employed there?
They're the head of department.
Good.
Oh, glad to see
Have they at least changed their mind?
To be fair, there's another major university in the UK which once, when I did my research and was presenting talk about naval warfare, they said, well, there's never going to be another war at sea, so what's the point in doing the research? Why don't you change to something else?
Did you direct them to the classicists?
I just decided that wasn't a post for me. They ended up hiring someone who was in post for like 6 months, and they found I couldn't teach the job, couldn't teach it, and then they started messaging me to cover them, and I said no. Loudwood, is the VOS count on current frigates too low? Yes. And do you think that more navies should be looking to install larger packs or to just close the gap with more box launchers and modular systems in the meantime? I'd say the cost to install the modular launchers, box launchers, is about the same as putting in the packs. It's probably easier to put in the packs, but it's going to depend on the deck space and design. Basically, it's probably going to be you're probably not going to see much of improvement before you get the next generation of ships coming into service. Yeah. I wish it was quicker. I wish there's a quick fix. Honestly, the ones who have the quickest fix, by the way, are probably the Danish, interesting enough, and this is, I know, very, very current politics to talk about Danish Navy, but I'm just going to put this out there. Just remember, the Danish Navy are the ones who developed the wonderful systems, which what's it called again?
Sandflex?
Sandflex system, yeah. I've trained you
My
well.
beloved.
The Sandflex system.
Ship Lego.
Which allows them. And you'll be amazed that if you want to check currently, the most interesting thing coming out of Denmark at the moment is they're looking into upgrading their Sandflex systems. And if you want to see a rapid changeover systems, because Sandflex at the moment used to be quite heavily American systems. The various modules and systems that they had available were things like Harpoon, Sea Sparrow. I'm told that they are working on changing that.
Gee, I wonder why. I hate
So,
this timeline.
it's a fun thing. It is a fun thing.
If people were saying history would be boring,
It's
Those
terrifying.
those people didn't pay attention or had bad teachers in school.
No,
And those people didn't have to live through it.
you have to
True.
remember, a lot of people did honestly believe that after the Cold War was over, the world would be forever at peace, and it was a great peaceful moment, and the world would just come together in love, one world, one harmony. And let's be honest, I would love to have been wrong about that. I would love for that to have happened. I would love to not be having to have these worries and these considerations right now. That would have made me a very happy man. Unfortunately, my cynical side is currently going, well, yep. Right again. Carl guys, what tank IFV would you dream for the Royal Navy Amphibious Forces with a money tree? If you mean for the Royal Marines, would have been the Super AV made by BAE for the US Marine Corps. That was a pretty good system. But there is also potentially, apparently, a version of CV90, which is amphibious, being planned and put together. And that sounds like it would be sexy as anything.
And if you ask me, I will always pitch for Patria 6x6 or 8x8.
Mm-hmm. Montana,
Yes,
were these incidents?
Likes to, I believe.
Yes. Montana, were these incidents before or after 2022? They were before 2022. Mostly since COVID, things have got slightly improved in the world, even before 2022 happened.
all it took was a major war in Europe for people to care about defence again.
Yeah.
No, Joel, a lot of people actually believe that. A lot of people believe it. Admittedly, it was the kind of peace which was Europe would be at peace, and that was all they cared about. Everywhere else was still fighting, but those were the less evolved places. And that would never happen to us. Never happen in Europe. Never happened between the enlightened major nations in the world. Yeah, that was my main trouble with it at the time when they were saying it. It was going, there's still fighting going on. Yeah, but that's in those countries will sort it out. It'll become peaceful.
And I'm
and
95.7% certain that those people would protest loudly if somebody called them racist.
Yes. This is the fun thing. There are two types of racism. There are the people who are openly slagging and demeaning people off with nasty words and using those things to put them down. And then there are people who are just doing what I call the racism of low expectations. And both are equally bad. And I hate the phrase that comes up sometimes of, oh, they don't know any better, it's their culture. Go and actually look at their culture. I doubt what you're talking about is actually approved of. Sadu, who's the best small navy of today? Oh, Singapore. Singapore. They're lethal.
I was going to say the Swedes.
Oh, the Swedes are
Taiwan.
the Swedes are lovely, and Taiwanese are lovely. But let's be honest, when it comes to a full spectrum small navy, go look at the Singaporeans.
Given the size of the major players, couldn't you call most European navies small navies at this point?
Mm?
Couldn't you call all the European navies small navies by this point?
Not really.
No, it's just
I wouldn't call France or the UK small.
Or Italy.
Small, yes, small in comparison to
The US and plan.
the
Yeah.
US plan and arguably even the Russians, but
Yeah, it's like how many SS does the UK have at sea currently?
In nice way, we have this is Fox. So this is why we have not just small and large. We have small, medium, and large, and medium can come in global or regional power status, depending on how capable you are projecting power on the world. So Britain and France would be called world powers because they can project their force worldwide. They are a medium power, but they are in the world power category of it. There are other powers who are in the medium category who might even be on face of it when you look at the actual number of ships, more powerful in terms of more numerous of ships than the British or the French. But they can't develop, and they can't project it globally. They are therefore a regional power. And then there are the small powers,
there he is.
who are not really the dominant navy in their region.
So won't that make everyone in Europe that's not UK and France small navies then?
Hmm?
Will that make all the European navies except the UK and France small navies?
No, make them regional navies.
Fair enough.
They are very much regional navies. Regional navies doesn't mean they're going to be the dominant power in their region. It means they have the ability to dominate their area of a region. Yeah.
So the current German navy would be a regional navy, not a small navy.
Yes. Swedes would probably be considered a small navy. As would the Finns, Norwegians. Because they have the frigates they have, would possibly scrape into the regional category. But they are scraping in, not, and that's the thing. It's a spectrum, not a not a sort of hard and fast thing, and it's made up of lots of different points. And I would say the Norwegians, oomph just across.
Fair enough.
Mm. What about the Poles? They're building up their navy. They are building up their navy. Montana, what if the Hiryu was recovered by the USN and spent time with the US Navy? They'd have a very nice extra carrier which they'd be using at every opportunity they got. They would literally bring that thing to everything they could, just so they brought it. It's kind of like the British with French ships that are in the age of sail. It's kind of like it's one of those interesting things when we start getting into it. Is sort of a case of, can you project power regionally? Can you project power locally? If you can project power regionally, you're a regional power. If you can project power globally, you're a global power. If you can only project power locally, you're a local power. Most small navies are local powers. Medium navies usually are regional powers. They usually have some capability to project power across their region. So, for example, the Germany can they send ships to the Mediterranean? Yes. Can they send ships in the North Sea, North Atlantic? Yes, they do that regularly. They have large frigates which can do that. So they're a regional power. Britain and France can regularly deploy around the world. Now, a regional power might occasionally deploy a ship around the world. A local power might even occasionally deploy a ship around the world, but that doesn't mean they suddenly step up and become that, because they can't do it consistently.
And they're oftentimes relying on third-party assets to do so.
One of the interesting things that comes up regularly in discussions is, why do the British when they're deploying to the Far East, to their almost every couple of year tours for their carriers to fill in for basically when the Americans are short on LHD in the Pacific? Because of the fire that happened on one of your LHDs, which sort of threw it out of action. Why do the British go around the way around the world they do? They go around the same way around the world as they planned in World War II if they'd been going to deal with Japan. To go through Mediterranean, Suez Canal, Indian Ocean, Singapore Straits. The answer is because that's where the British have independent basing facilities. The British have a base in Singapore. The British have a base in Bahrain. They have these facilities to go along and support themselves and sustain themselves. They don't go through the Panama Canal in the Caribbean. Why? Because that would be requiring them to put dependence upon other allies basing facilities. They don't want to do that.
And what happens if the Allies say no?
Yeah.
Yeah. Or if you get into a situation like, yes, gestures vaguely at current events.
It causes fun occasionally, but also you have to remember there were even issues when the British visited Japan, because there was a bit of a dust-up between authorities over where exactly the British ships should moor, whether they should moor in the US side of the harbour or the Japanese side of the harbour when they visited the joint naval base. And it was because both sides wanted the British to be the one to dock with them, for the status of having the carrier in. And it was a case of, I think the British went with the Japanese on the grounds they're hosts, and they sent the escorts to the American side or something like that. They balanced it out somehow, but it was a really fun thing.
This would have nothing to do with the concern about the access to alcohol potentially being limited to portions of the crew that are under 21, were they to go to the Australian
Joe Frederick.
area.
But the point is, I wasn't arguing about. I said I didn't put. I was talking about medium navies. I didn't put the plan in a medium navy category. So why are you trying to bring that one on? You're going, okay, there's this navy of a superpower, which is actually trying to develop into a global power, pushing from regional power to global power by developing logistics around the world. And you know what? They are bigger and more powerful than a global power, which is a medium power. It's a kind of, why would anyone be surprised by that? Unless you misunderstood what I was saying. But otherwise, I think you're kind of straw manning the argument. You're doing an whataboutism, which doesn't really factor into that art discussion.
Yeah. Basically, one does not have to be a 4x4 to have 4-wheel drive.
Yeah, it's the point is, if you talk once you start bringing American capabilities, there is no navy which is truly a global navy, because the moment you compare them to the American logistics and facilities, they don't exist.
Yeah. But that doesn't mean there aren't multiple navies that can fight a war in any given theater.
Yeah, that's the point. This is one of the reasons why we have to separate up the discussion as we do. We have to talk about sort of large navies, medium navies, and small navies, and we have to talk about whether they're global or regional, so we can actually accurately talk about that navy and compare its skills with relevant other navies. Yeah, and it's kind of like when I was talking about risks versus threats, what a risk is versus a threat. There is your size in terms of your strength, in terms of your mass, and there is your capability in terms of your logistics and your structure to support it. And there are some navies which have got, let's say, some interesting capabilities in terms of support, but because of their mass, they can't actually project it because they don't have enough support to actually project the wider navy. And this is some of the fun you get into. This is actually, honestly, one of the problems China gets into, because they've built up a navy which is massively focused on the South China Sea and East China Sea and those areas, and now they're starting to build the logistics assets, and now they're going, okay, how do we project power? How do we support them? Which is why they're doing all the counter-piracy operations, why their deployments to Africa are so important for them, and even deployments now they've started going from East Africa down to South Africa. They've done an exercise they're currently going on there, and they're looking at various deployments up to Europe and all these things. They are growing that capability. But you have to have... There is no point me sitting there and starting in a conversation and going, I'm comparing global navies, I'm going to compare America and Britain. Because that's just going to make it so we're going, well, Britain doesn't have this, Britain doesn't have this, Britain doesn't have this. And Britain wouldn't have those because it doesn't have the same scale of commitments as America does now, or the same scale of financial support on all these things. There's no point in me doing a comparison. There is point in me doing a comparison with Britain and Japan and France, because those are good points of contrast. So again, I would compare it with medium powers. If I compared Britain to, let's say, Sweden, that would not be good for the Swedes. They're not going to come off well in that discussion. They've got some really great little capabilities, but yeah, they are not going to come off. So this is, again, why we do the whole stratification of discussion. And it's not about flag waving. It's about having relevant points of comparison. Because, again, that's something which really annoys me when I see it in books, especially, but I see it on the internet a lot of time, when people start comparing to things which have no, it's not even the same category. It's a silly thing to start comparing to. You're never going to be able to get good, decent information about it. Bone Boy, I actually tell Cyclic regularly you can't compare everything to the US Navy. It's one of our main fun points of debate.
And not everything needs to be a Burke.
Yes, regularly.
To be valuable. To
be fair, I say that phrase to him very, very, very regularly.
Can confirm.
Yeah.
It was very commonly said when I was commonly going to ramblings.
Yeah. Blistine, are there any ice-strength amphibious ships in service or ready to go?
Amphibs?
Absalons? Danish ones? Probably the best example. Norway doesn't really have any massive ones. No. One of the really interesting things is that if you're talking Arctic warfare troops, and Arctic warfare forces, the Scandinavians really are the ones who are massively focused on that. And that was kind of NATO. Everyone in NATO left them to focus on that. and they were supported by the Royal Marines for the Mountain Arctic Warfare Corps and the Dutch. It's kind of interesting when you start looking at them, and then the French go, well, our Alpine troops as well are useful to that scenario, and you sort of go, yes, they are, and yeah.
I can see Alpine troops fighting the Scandies.
Well, that's the point, Joel. There's a nice way. You're not going to get an exact match because every country is going to be slightly different. So basically, you put Japan in the contrast there because Japan is better at task force building, but they're regional. I would argue Britain is better in task group building than the French at the moment because of the way the French have structured their forces. But the French, of course, have a CGN, so they are better able to capture the status of their deployments. And then you start to look at logistics and the various supply forces, and the RFA has on paper has a lot of very good ships, but at the moment has crewing issues because of funding, so that's taken it down. And this course, it's not an easy thing because no two countries are the same. So if you're doing points of comparison, it's a point of comparison to compare and discuss. It's not going to be an exact fit. And again, that's why one of the things why you have to you have to take out the outliers, because otherwise, if you have outliers one way, they'll make you feel too confident. You have outliers the other way, they'll make you feel, what's the point?
Except that it won't necessarily go into a nice, neat table.
No, it never does. And again, some people try and do defense by matrix, and you all know my opinion on that. New IKB, what use would a World War II Navy find for a railroad car float? Probably some kind of amphibious operation system. Stafford.
Or the logistics of moving railroad cars.
Yeah. Stafford, if the US actually... I have no idea. That's very much a current politics question, Stafford. I have no idea. And yeah, this is... At the moment, we'll see what the end game turns out to be. I don't think we're even at the beginning of the end of this round of discussions, or the end of the beginning. Sebastian Crutchfield, was Seacat useful in any way during the Falklands War? It was fired at targets. It was used. Useful depends on whether you judge it by whether it hitting things or it distracting things by going over their heads and causing them issues and then avoiding it. Yeah.
Clarke, are you suggesting that the emotional support missiles of the Royal Navy did not provide suitable emotional support?
They provided emotional support, but it depends how much value do you place on emotional support as missiles.
Emotional support missiles?
Yes.
I've heard it all now. Emotional support missiles.
Yes. They're important.
Every torpedo bomber that flinches is a torpedo bomber that's got to go home to get a new torpedo.
Yes.
And if you can force an aircraft to flinch, quote unquote, you might also be able to force it to do something which will damage it.
Delta V3. I'm going to read this out. Because it's a very cool joke. Okay. I'm not taking sides of this. It just made me laugh because, as you know, quite a lot of my family, and especially my dad's family, comes from Glasgow. Delta V3. America might have nuclear aircraft carriers and hypersonic weapons, but Europe has Glaswegians. That made me giggle.
I saw... Okay, so who on this panel right now knows about America Wizard?
No.
And Madman
Yes.
Fenrir's
Yeah.
channel. What is this subset of Brits known as, what was it, Blackport or something?
Don't go there. Just don't. Right then, 96831 question.
I need to know.
No, you don't.
Tell me.
You don't. 96831.
Tell me.
We can leave that discussion for you and Dr. Dan after this is over. For Dragon and Foxo, with the events that rose on a high tower revealing a timeline where the Royal Navy took over the world, would it be unrealistic to expect the Royal Navy will try to get the blueprints for the Mesquite solar bark?
Not unlikely, and it's entirely plausible. Also, they
Petch,
might already have
I
it.
got to know, Petch. I got to know.
Especially depending on if Meta Queen Elizabeth has been working with Helena, and they might have gave it to them, but...
Okay. All right. Desert Foxo. The warship Talos of Artemora arrives in Hull in January 1938, armed with 5 Talos twin arm launchers and 32 reloads per arm. She is a KGV hull with KGV armor. How does the armor respond and use her? Well, they now have rods from God. How does the armor respond and use her? She has 5 twin arm launchers and 32 reloads per arm. Probably takes apart one of the twin arm launchers and takes it off and replaces it with something else to go and study it and try and work out how to replicate it. And the same with some of the missiles. It could be interesting to see whether they could actually do it. A lot of the stuff is theoretically at the point for Talos missile would not be too difficult for them to figure out. In which case they will use her. Probably she will end up doing quite a lot of her life in the Mediterranean, because I could imagine that could be useful once they've worked out how to build reloads. In the meantime, potentially she's used to provide air defense for, key fleet movements of the home fleet. If she's arrived in January 1938, they have quite a while to work on her before World War II begins. So they could take a massive step forward before September 1939. A massive
What's
step
this
forward.
tiny thing?
Hmm?
That, my
Okay.
child, is a what are the things called that allow you to make radars smaller?
Microelectronics? Cavity magnetrons?
That's the one. Cavity magnetron.
Cavity magnetron, yeah.
I was just thinking, would you see Talos used in an anti-shipping?
Well,
Given the size of the missile.
yes, it does have an anti-shipping. That's why I call it a bit of a rod from God. You can use it in an anti-shipping mode. It does have a surface-to-surface mode, if I'm not mistaken, and it is a beam rider system. Honestly, look, these are colossal missiles, so you'll have a missile assembly facility aboard the ship as well. You'd have to support the missiles, because they have to be assembled before they can be fired. They can't be stored in fully assembled form. So this is something which they could copy. You wouldn't want to use those missiles to engage your average enemy fighters or bombers from World War II, but you could use it on them. And you could use it, more importantly, to take out scout aircraft. If you're with your fleet and you're wandering along and you notice a scout aircraft coming within, well, let's say within 50 nautical miles of you, before it manages to get off a decent report and tell everyone what you're doing, it ceases to be a functioning problem. Because, let's be honest, especially if you sit on scout aircraft, the odds of another aircraft being around to actually spot what happens to that aircraft and explain it to anyone is very minimal. And if the scout aircraft never find you and never report your position, no air attacks are going to hit you. And with them building the KGVs as they are at that point, then probably what happens is that all the KGVs end up getting completed with, instead of hangars, missile assembly positions, and a launcher or two added to their armament. So all KGVs end up becoming Talos ships. As well as having, 14-inch guns on them.
So 8 14-inch guns and 2 Talos arms.
Potentially. Potentially.
How much damage do you reckon something like a Talos would do to, say, Bismarck when she comes out?
The upper works would not enjoy the attention of the Talos missiles. She would probably cease to. She would probably get Talos would probably be enough to give a mission kill to most battleships.
I don't want mission kill. I want overkill.
Stu, the point is you don't have to explain it. You're taking out the information. Again, think about it as the information onion. Think about it as denying your enemy information. They keep losing their scout aircraft every time they're going after you, so they're not able to report their positions or give enough information. So they can't guide in the strike aircraft on you. That's useful for operations. That's very useful for operations. And the thing is, the amount of operations you get done, and then the enemy probably starts going, well, we're going to track them, we're presuming there's an attacking force in this area, because we've lost the scout aircraft in this area. But it takes longer to get to that level of, we know the scouting aircraft is gone, it hasn't just had a radar issue or an engine issue, and it's not not reported back to us. We know it's gone because of enemy action. Okay, therefore there is an enemy force in that area. And oh, by the way, that enemy action took place in such a manner they didn't manage to report enemy action. They weren't fighter aircraft engagement or something like that. It was literally, they disappeared. Because the thing about the Talos, the really important thing for this equation is it's going in at roughly Mach 2. Its maximum speed is Mach 3, but for most of the flight it's probably happily popping around Mach 2.
I want to make a Werner von Braun joke, but I can't quite work out what it would be.
Well, the point is, its range of 50 nautical miles is roughly 92 kilometers. It goes at roughly 2,400 kilometers an hour if it's doing Mach 2. Maximum speed of 3,700 kilometers an hour, Mach 3. If that means it really doesn't take, if it's only going 2,400 kilometers an hour, to cross that distance of 100 kilometers is going to take it 2.5 minutes. You've got 150 seconds. You've got no radar warning receivers in the early aircraft for the scout aircraft to hear it coming. By the time you get close, it gets close enough that they realize something is coming. It's going to be seconds away from impact. So, but the thing is, they've never seen missile contrails before. And who are they going to report it to?
And this is World War II, right?
Yeah, this is 1939, 1940, because this is coming to 1st of January 1938.
They also don't have anywhere near fast enough tracking mounts that are tied into fire control systems to track these missiles to have a hope in Hades of shooting the thing down. Because you're not shooting these things down with Brownings. They're not coming down with 50 BMG. A human is not going to be able to track this thing and slew a heavy machine gun onto target, and anything bigger than a heavy machine gun is not going to have fast enough aiming gear, laying gear to get it done. Bravo 3. You're Bravo 2. Right about there. Why are you in the deep desert? There is no reason for you to be in the deep desert.
Right. Joe Fredericks, what's your view on the People's Liberation Army Navy's recent attempts to standardize their older destroyers, anything 52C and older armaments? Do you think it'll be sufficient to compete with 52D? The thing is, the 52D is still in production, I think, very low rate now. It's slowly being phased out for the 55s. And actually, I think all the ones have entered service, haven't they? Actually, they've entered service. So I think all the stretch ones have actually entered service. So they're not in production, are they? No, it's just 55s in production. And basically, while they're building the 55s, before they start on next generation destroyer, which is going to be maybe smaller, maybe not, let's be honest, the 55 is proving quite successful for them. And it's coming in at nearly 13,000 tons fully loaded. The thing is, they want to keep their other destroyers viable, so they can use their newer destroyers for their global reach efforts and their growing navy, rather than start retiring them and having to lose them. So you're going to keep them viable for as long as you can. I don't know how long that's necessarily going to be in the case of some of their cases, because 52Cs are certainly upgradable. The 51Cs are, broadly speaking, upgradable, and they're not that old. They're only finished construction in 2007. But basically, once you go back as far as the 51Bs and... especially once you get into the 51s themselves, that sort of generation destroyer from... they are definitely reaching a point at which they're not upgradable. And I think all the 51s are gone. I think the 52s, the original Type 52s, I think are on their way out. The Type 51B is still the only remaining. The Shenzhou is still in service, but I don't know how long she's going to be around for. I think basically it's the 51Cs onwards where you might have some survivors for a while, but again, there's only 8 ships in those groups combined. At a certain point, logistics and maintenance and cost of those things start to mitigate against keeping those small classes when you have such big other classes, such numerous other classes in service, and sort of bigger numbers. Paul Amos, what problems will be faced by Europe and US other than sanctions over Greenland, which are not being discussed at the moment? Well, there's a lot of politics in this evening's discussions. Pretty much it. Yeah, let's put it this way. If we're going to talk about the Greenland issues, there is a huge amount of technological overlap between the UK and between NATO partners. There is a lot of different systems which go into each other. There are virtually no systems which are purely one nation or another. This even includes American-built systems. They have components from NATO nations in them, and if there were serious issues, the amount of effort that would have to go into decoupling would probably cripple everyone's forces for a while. That's the honest answer. Everyone's. And some nations are better prepared to react than others. But also, the thing is, you often don't realize what issues you have in your own supply chain until you muck up your supply chain.
And they bite you in the keister.
Let's be honest, whilst you have had stress tests on banks many times over years and recent years, no one's done the similar level of stress testing on defense supply chains. And they don't want to, because that would cause trouble, because that would reveal how problematic they are for everyone.
And also because nobody quite expected that a Keystone nation would, or a Keystone partner, Keystone ally would be quite so.
In the nicest way, I would say, again, referring to the risk and threat scenario, as I told you, that is a risk. It's a low threat of that risk happening, but if that happens, it's a massive risk, isn't it, to the organization?
Yep.
So the fact no one has done any preparations on what would happen if X, Y, or Z left, especially when you consider in the past France did leave, even as a theoretical exercise to have the plan sitting on the table, is not exactly a glowing endorsement. Has someone opened the questions again?
Yes, Steve had, and I'm still quite mad about it.
I did ask to be told before I do it so I can change the sign.
So I guess I'm
yes.
going to push a
They
patch that
did.
disables, that essentially has me whitelisted and nobody else.
Yes.
Steve did actually put in chat with a ping to you of when the questions would be reopened.
Yeah, but I don't see the question list before it comes in, so I'm not watching that question list because otherwise, then I would see the questions before it got to all of us. So
Yeah,
I
it's
do
in
it.
the Bruships page.
Yeah. I'm just watching this question, and I don't have the other bits open. So because otherwise they'd flash up on the screen. Because for some reason, if I have anything open in Discord on OBS, it flicks between the different screens. So I don't do that. So there's no point messaging me in the stage or anything like that because I'm not paying any attention. I can't see it.
50. Why is this not working?
Because otherwise it starts because I have to run things through Restream, etc. So it's going on both about Twitch and YouTube at the same time and doing those things simultaneously. So this is why I'm asking to be told. Basically, Steve, if I don't acknowledge that you sent me the message, I haven't seen the message. Okay? I'm not being rude. I just want to know so I can put the banner up because I think it's. I want to try and have that level of thing going. I'm always very thankful for your help and all the efforts you're doing. But if I haven't acknowledged that your messages, I haven't seen them. It doesn't matter how many you've sent to me. Okay? We are taking questions. It's just no one had told. It's just, yeah. Just tell me before you do it. Is all I'm asking, Steve. As I said earlier, and if I haven't acknowledged it, I haven't seen it. Okay, and there's Timu and there's people sitting in the chat, Runon, etc. People who will coordinate and who will verbally tell me on the thing. So message them then. And make sure I've acknowledged it. That's all I'm asking, so I can be sure the thing's gone up. No, I don't. His mod privileges haven't been suspended. He's being very helpful and trying his best. It's in his eagerness to help. He's causing me to worry that I'm gonna I'm gonna sort of miss people, gonna get upset because of questions and those things. And I just want to try and get it organized.
Knight, he's not going to get his mod privileges suspended over that.
No.
And if it is, that's not going to happen on stream unless somebody does something incredibly egregious. The worst that might happen is I may go in and push a patch that instead of a blanket list is a whitelist system.
And it's just basically it's a case of we're just trying to get this so that the questions open goes up on screen before the questions are opened, and it's got to be a case of I'm having to explain that I can't see the same screens that the mods can because I have to have OBS up as a big screen. I have to have the chat up and for both streams. I have to have the so I can see both screens. I have to have a part of my screen, and I only have 2 screens. And they're full. There are like 8 different things open to me, and I don't have space for any more. And if I do have more, then it starts for some reason skipping between the different Discord ones. And I do not know why OBS does that on my system. It's a fun thing.
Yes, and Alex, could you change the banner again, please?
Yes.
Commands.
Because we had the 15 questions that Steve wanted to have.
Powder monkey. Moderators.
Oh, dear.
So basically, it's just organizing it, making it nice.
Yes.
Execute action.
Right. Loudwood. We saw the Soviets build the Kirovs. Would the Kirovs be analogous to the Trump class in design or theory? Yeah, to an extent. They're a large surface combatant. They are status assets. They are going to be able to use a diplomacy role and task group leadership roles. Yeah, not too different in idea and concept. Thanks, Steve. 15 more questions.
And the links are there, Dr. Clarke. I'll just walk you through how to hook them back up.
Yeah, we'll do that once the stream's over.
Yeah.
Okay. Jonathan Moon, how big a problem would it be if armor was placed backwards, i.e. hardened side in, soft side out?
You made a claymore.
And not the fun kind.
Okay, to answer the question, with that in that configuration, it's not going to absorb the impacts in the correct manner. It's not going to be able to stop the penetration. You're either going to have, especially if it's whilst the soft side isn't really soft, you're going to have more. You're going to have the system, the shells. They're not going to lose energy the same way when they hit. So that means they're more likely to penetrate and more likely to blow up internally. Plus also that the hardened side is more likely to spool and produce bits going off because it's been hardened. It's better at resisting impact, but if it's on the opposite side from the impact, and the impact, especially if it doesn't penetrate the whole way, it's more likely to become bits which go flying out, shrapnel, and spoolings which come off it. So it's more deadly to the crew internally. So this is why you have it the way you have it the way you have it.
I guess basically stops the armor flexing properly, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Because armor isn't one incredibly little brick. It just flex. Or else
It's
it'll shatter.
What in God's name is he talking about?
yeah, it's fun times.
Okay.
All right. Bone Boy, was armor for battleships with external external belts made with a thicker face hardening section as the hull could absorb some of the shock, as opposed to ships with internal belts? Not really. You don't really do. You're basically, if you're using the internal belt structure with some of the hull outside it, inside the belt. Basically, you're not relying on the external hull to stop anything. It just gives you extra subdivision and extra ability to counter, to have space basically to live in. There's also the fact that you don't really want to put anything outside of the armor that you really want to have operationally and capabilities, which is again causes its own issues in terms of hull utility.
So that would be, in the case of American battleships, the ice cream makers. In the Royal Navy's case, the rum Russian, and the French, the wine cellar.
Yeah.
Which, to protect it, they, will do things like put the powder magazine around it, because it's like, yes, a hit to the powder magazine may blow us up, but, we're more worried about the wine.
Yeah, we didn't want to live anyway if we didn't have the wine, so.
Exactly.
Knight, that's very easy to say today, but when France did actually leave NATO originally, back in after the Suez Crisis and that sort of period down there, the issues that caused in terms of NATO logistics and how the logistics stores, whole positions had to be resited, everything, it was a massive issue.
Just think about if you're coming across the Atlantic with a fast convoy from North America and you need to get to continental Europe. Where are you going to want to put your ship into?
And that was a really big issue because France leaving meant that you had to theoretically take the ships through the Channel, and suddenly you had to escort them through the Channel. That's one of the reasons why the Royal Navy has to become so focused on ASW warfare, is to erect basically a channel barrier and help get the ships to the Netherlands, to Antwerp, which was always a target to an extent. But the thing is, if we could get the supplies into French port, if we could send some of the ships, especially the slow ones, into French ports, and just run the fast ones through to Antwerp, that makes your life a lot easier.
There was Brest and Bordeaux that was the big ones for them.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
For stuff like with hardware.
Yeah.
And losing access to Brest and Bordeaux. because they're big ports in this period. Big. Some of the biggest.
Yeah. Karen151, of the various ship systems reconstruction experiments, which would you like to redo of your own parameters? I would like to do the Archimedes setting ships on a fire one. What do you think? What would you like to do? And I'll listen to you all, but I'm going to grab an iron brew.
I would like to redo the Ghostbusters wooden hull spalling. Not the Ghostbusters, the Mythbusters. Spalling myth that they busted, but do it with as close to accurate timber as I could get, understanding that we don't really have a lot of old growth oak anymore. Mainly saying this because I'd like to get it with the same degree of distribution and broadcast as the original Mythbusters episode.
Mm-hmm.
Cactus Stud, why would you want to shorten that? You have far more room on Twitch to submit lengthy questions than you do on YouTube. I'm not understanding your question about your question. Your question is giving me questions.
If in the UK, Twitch is being very much a pain. Especially if they're not age verified.
I'd quite like to build find a way of looking at both Bismarck and Hood for sort of modern engineering considerations, and remodeling the battle to see how that, both the battle where Hood blew up and then the destruction of the Bismarck and the various things. I think the best way of doing it would be to have one-to-one models, but we need to have several of each for completeness. Because you need to have reproducibility.
Yeah.
I actually am going to change my answer.
Okay.
I want to do a series of testing on oh, come on, brain. On
okay, do my quickly then?
Yeah, go ahead.
I would want to redo if I could build one and get a period one of both of these. Redo Billy Mitchell's test on, I think it was Heligoland in the 1920s, when they did the level bombing tests on a German dreadnought to show how much of a threat bombers were to ships and battleships in particular. Because there's a lot of myths about how much they actually did. And there's a lot about those tests procedurally that wasn't written down, and a lot of malpractice. Because between several raids, they just didn't check on the ship and how much damage the bombs had done.
Yeah, that's because Billy Mitchell sent in another wave of bombers when the marshals were supposed to be able to go on board and check, I think.
Yeah.
Something stupid like that.
We already know about dreadnoughts getting hit by relatively advanced prop aircraft from the 1940s. And we know it doesn't really turn out particularly well. But we don't really know what it's like when they got hit by period aircraft. So, how much threat would something like a B8 with its 500-pounders be to a World War I era dreadnought? Could they actually hit the thing? Thank you, Billy Mitchell.
We all make mistakes in the heat of passion, Foxo.
Mm-hmm.
But no, my preferred answer would actually be do a rigorous battery of testing to examine how the shock effect of shells hitting turrets or near turrets, battle cruiser grade turrets, will impact the propellant leavings that accumulate inside of those turrets due to poor shell handling shenaniganry.
It was all fun.
Essentially, see, okay, how hard a hit and how much buildup do you need to get a flashover?
Right then. James Morrison. Admiral Henderson lives through World War II. What would his most important impact be? Probably preventing the carrier pause. In nicest way, there would be no way Churchill would have got there through that with him as Third Sea Lord. Possibly not even the capital ship pause. There's no rebranding Scharnhorst and Eisenhower's battle cruisers under his watch. It's going to be their fast battleships, and I'll finish off the first 3 King George V's at the same rate as we're currently going. I'll pause the last 2, and I'll finish off the Illustrious class at least. Possibly the forward aviation support ship as well.
And then him as First Sea Lord going into the late 40s could be interesting.
There's also going to be the thing that when someone suggests they're going to take Glorious and Ark Royal, Courageous and Glorious, Ark Royal and Courageous out submarine hunting, he's probably going to start to pick that person up by their shortened curlies and wiggle them around the air and chuck them as far as he can throw them. And then go, anyone else wanted to make that suggestion about using a fleet carrier for that?
Wasn't he being groomed for First Sea Lord?
He was being groomed. He would have probably had a major appointment in the war. He was being groomed long term for First Sea Lord, so he wasn't that great. So he was looking for a fleet command. Was his next appointment?
What?
Just quickly, I know it's a bomber biology question, but what's the short and curly?
I'm going to DM it to you. That's going to be the most.
That's the
The bits of fluff that appear with maturity.
Yes. Yes. Nice answer, Dr.
We're
Dan.
talking. Where are you?
And
I swear I've messaged you more recently than that. There you are.
We also refer to them as secondary sexual characteristics.
Yeah. The thing is, though, probably if he is living through World War II, is he does end up a First Sea Lord at probably after Cunningham or maybe before Cunningham at the end of the war, depending on how they've done. Because Henderson is the type who's actually better at construction than Cunningham, and Cunningham would admit that. And then you've got the Royal Navy. You've possibly got Henderson around for the post-war reconstruction of the Royal Navy, and Lord help the politicians trying to manage him. Yeah, Attlee versus Henderson. I'd put my money on Henderson.
Also, imagine him just being alive, even if he's not in any official post, for the Suez Crisis. Where it's like, yes, the
real question is,
or the aftermath of the Suez Crisis, where the politicians kind of say, yeah, we don't need a navy anymore.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing is, I think in that scenario you're more likely to get the Maltas completed rather than anyone trying to fix up the old ships. He would just go, they're war damage, they can't be fixed up. We need to build new ones. Are you sure about this? I have got massive reports bigger than you that testify to this.
And if I don't, I will have them written rapidly.
Yeah, don't worry.
Possibly you can read them.
Stanley Goodall is currently adding more pages as we speak.
And I also know where the bodies are buried.
I buried them.
Do you know where the bodies are buried? Because I know where the bodies are buried.
I bury quite a lot at sea. Would you like to see?
For Dragon,
I see what you did there.
Mm-hmm. Knight 681. For Dragon and Fox, though, if the commander had 347 or 365 days that are ship girls' launch days, how'd the commander get paperwork done, and how many from a person of 2,305 could handle most of the paperwork?
Have you heard of AI?
Look, in the nicest way, I have long come to the conclusion that Azur Lane runs on the same staff principles as the Federation in Star Trek. I.e., staff work is something that happens to other people who are never on screen.
be fair, Meta Helena literally has computing power of more than most planets, so she probably can actually just get it all done instantly.
Yeah, and if we go by Operation Siren,
But
they've
that
literally got a base AI that handles paperwork.
yes, but
Yeah,
that
you've got
means
TB.
does Meta Helen have
Yes.
the commander's signature and sign things for him? So is she in command or he in command?
Yes.
He's in command because she will never, and I mean never, do anything that he does not want.
Why does this take so
Mhm.
much plasteel composite?
Because
Oh, rather,
Meta Helena is
she'll never do
entirely dedicated.
she will never do anything that she doesn't think he wants. But in striving to deliver what he wants, she may exceed what he actually would want her to do.
Well, then she would ask.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yes, she does. Literally, when she then offers to, or literally at one point when she offers to sacrifice herself to create a perfect future, she asks the commander if that's what he actually would want. She gets his opinion on a lot of stuff if she is not sure.
Mm-hmm.
She's very good. Plus, as a the paperwork is definitely something, but I do think there's definitely groups that probably can get it done. Like, paperwork is vast, but there's also groups more than willing to do it.
I would also... one of the interesting things... yeah, my PhD is... Well, technically my PhD is in war studies from King's College London, and basically I did naval history as it. I did development of naval aviation in the 1920s and 30s, how aircraft carriers and aircraft were developed in together. So that's answer absolutely rubbish questions on that one. But I would say... Yeah, a lot of fun things going on. AC-75 RO7. What were the props on the two aft horizontal stabilizers of the Soviet Project 705 Alphas for? Ooh, I think they were... Let me just check. Let me check it's the right one I'm thinking of.
No, it's the left one.
Yeah. What I know from my experience with the Finnish Navy about those, they were used in the harbor to maneuver. At least that what I was told.
Yeah, the aft horizontal the props on the two aft horizontal stabilizers. Yeah, they're maneuvering sisters, I think. Yeah. They're basically to assist in low speed maneuvering. Is the answer, is the idea. They're low-speed maneuvering assistants. Not just to checking up, because I was kind of going, I remember them, but I want to clarify before I say it. But yeah, low-speed maneuvering assistants.
They used molten sodium in those reactors, didn't they? They were a liquid metal question.
Yep.
Quotation marks.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are fun reactors.
Okay.
Well, they had... there are two different reactors they use, but both are... I think they're both lead bismuth cooled. Beryllium... yeah, they are liquid metal cooled reactors, basically. But yeah, they are absolutely wonderful things. Absolutely wonderful.
Want on the same planet as me.
I would personally not have got on board that submarine for all the tea in China, and I don't like to drink tea.
What about all the iron brew in Scotland?
Probably not, actually.
Yeah, because he can't drink the iron brew if he's dead.
Yeah, you can. You just have to bury you in a tomb and leave it like an offering like the Pharaoh's had.
Montana 67. How would you modernize the Royal Navy in Fleet's Red Fleet timeline in your mind? In nicest way, I already had fun winding him up in his Red Fleet timeline. I've already contributed quite a bit to that.
Yeah. I think if you look at the various videos and live streams that Fleet has on his channel, Dr. Clarke's opinion is explicitly stated throughout at least one of those.
That's the nicest way I managed to mildly torment him into including British battleships in the post Falklands War scenario, because he fell into that logical scenario. When he was doing the scenario, it wasn't logical to get rid of him at that point. It just wasn't logical.
Yeah, Slam boy.
Welcome to the Fleeter Net. Come and stay a while.
So Gavin,
My
what
kill-
would be the best ship for Talos as a hybrid and alternatively missile barge? And what would be so bad if someone proposed it? They would. What would be so bad if someone proposed it? They would lose rank. Best ship for Talos as a hybrid and alternative missile barge. Missile barge, you probably would be looking at something of a tiny light cruisers like the Atlantas or the Arafusers and Dido, something that small, which would be very, very fun for it. Best ships are going to be bigger ships because of the factory space you need. Honestly, if you had something like the Alaskas, that'd be a really good position for it. And so bad they would be. If someone proposed that they'd lose rank, it's probably anything smaller than anything destroyer down in size.
I feel like you wouldn't lose rank so much as you wouldn't get promoted.
For destroyer, no, but for something below destroyer, they'd be looking and going, "You think you can fit a Talos onto a torpedo boat?" I believe I can.
On my motor torpedo boat.
No.
They'll give you credit for trying, though.
Admittedly,
Earth
the
One
motor
would be
torpedo boat will not
to
actually
take-
properly detach and will go flying through the air on the giant missile it's attached to.
They take a carrier, right? They don't need aircraft, do they? Just replace the hangar void with a massive Talos magazine and put like 30 armor launchers on deck. And that's my idea for how to keep the Essex class relevant in the Cold War.
No, at no point we didn't say Admiral Hemsworth would be in the Navy by 1956. We said he'd still be alive. If you consider it when he dies, and I'm going to be absolute certain to check this one. The fact that I have so notes on, he dies age 57 in 1939. So 56 would be 16, let's say 17 years. So he would be 74. That's not exactly an old man. He could well live to 74 if he lived through World War II.
By Congress standards, he's a whippersnapper.
Please don't remind me of that. No, why? I just took 2d4 psychic damage from that, Foxa. Why? And it's not even because you're wrong. It's because you're right. Heck, even my younger state senator is ancient.
Oh. For Dragon and Foxo, as a lot of the stuff we've seen as a lane port timeline. Oh, there's two-parter. Oh, good lord, where's the second part of this one? Where's the second part? Oh, is it?
One moment. Don't hammer it.
I won't.
Archive. Scrolling. That's Ian Calvert. This is a night
I
question,
done it.
right?
Yeah.
You got it?
I did it.
Yeah.
I did it.
Night team has had it. And for Dragon Fox, as a lot of the stuff we've seen as a lane port timeline is being done to keep the commander and the ship girls from getting bored, how would the factions, politicians justify the money spent on that to the people? Okay, can I just put an answer before before Dragon Fox answered it? Quite simple. If you don't keep the girls amused, they might go ship girl on you.
I mean, it's an easier answer than that. It's a question of what civilian populace to explain it to.
Yeah, there isn't a civilian population really at that point now. Okay, Harold Gunjan. If the US had joined the British forces during the Falklands War, how would the US Armed Forces have liked to be on the British command? They would probably have worked out okay. I would be very interested to see how the US politicians would have reacted to that, but they would have worked out okay. Yeah, the Falklands War, the amount of people who don't remember whole sections of the Falklands War when they're talking about the history shows how fun it is, because we are now further from the Falklands War than the Falklands War were from World War II. And some people have some really weird memories about the Falklands War, which don't match up with the history at all. Like, here's the thing. America and the various European allies basically both go through varying stages at different points of being supportive and not supportive, and depends on which factions. If you're talking about the US Department of Defense, they're incredibly supportive to the British, mostly during the war. If you talk about the US Department of State, they are interesting for quite a large chunk of the war, believing in shuttle diplomacy, and they can solve it, and they can basically hand everything over and keep everyone happy and make everyone think they're happy, and it just doesn't work that way. And then there's the various funds on the European side as well. It's just everyone. It's the kind of conflict which catches everyone a little bit off surprise, and no one's quite sure what to do, because again, most of our allies weren't expecting us to do anything. So why get involved if they're not expecting Britain to do anything? And then Britain actually gets into it, and Britain's actually fighting it, and then they're all reacting, going, "We're on your side." Why? Because we realised you're actually going to fight this thing, so we're actually going to do stuff on your side. Stafford, how large of a ship would the Germans have had to build to fit it with 4 twin Carl Gustav guns for her armament?
Oh.
I need to look up the weight of shell for a Carl Gustav gun.
I got really confused there, because I'm like, we use recoilless rifles quite frequently. Like,
well, yeah, I am. I'm presuming that Stafford is meaning the Schwer Gustav rather than Carl Gustav. And the Schwer Gustav was, of course, 31 inch. Now, so, you want to fit 8 31-inch guns onto a ship.
Yamato starts looking like a destroyer.
You're probably talking well over 100,000 tons, because once you consider how long the shell of the guns are, because the barrel length is 32.5 meters long, they're 40s. So it's a 40 cal gun. Yeah, I think it's more the issue you're going to have is the rate of fire of one round every 30 to 45 minutes was what they achieved on land. Goodness knows what they'll achieve on sea. When you consider the full loading mechanism, etc., made them roughly 40-something 7 meters long, I think, on the railways. Yeah, I would say you're looking at 150,000 tons, and that's before we consider how much the Germans like to over-engineer and specialize things. Desert Voxo. Upon impact, what is the difference between unspent fuel and the warhead for the Talos J missile? How different is the effect on target between the fuel, no fuel, and impact? Fuel is going to make it worse, but honestly, the explosive is enough, the impact and kinetic energy is enough that, frankly, the fuel just goes, oh, this is the cherry on top, this explosive sandwich.
Roger, Roger.
Mm-hmm. Ketzer, did the 30mm cannons to Type 23 frigates ever have Mistral missiles on them? I've seen a few pictures of the guns of them, but I can't confirm which ships they were actually taken from. They did testing with it. They've done testing. I don't think... I think potentially some of the general purpose ones did actually have them operationally for some deployments, but I think mostly it was just testing. I don't think they ever actually permanently fitted them on them. I could be wrong, but I remember we got very excited about the idea, and then it never actually seemed to happen. Stafford, Vanguard is kept and retrofitted with twin-arm launchers and an aft flight deck for Harriers and medium-sized helicopters, keeping her foremost twin guns. How should she be in Falkner's War? Pretty useful, mostly as Michael Clapp's flagship, probably. That's where she'd probably end up, Michael Clapp's flagship. Sorry for coming back to this, but I don't understand the answer. What were those gunnery practices, and why did history as a whole end up remembering the Tiger as one with bad gunnery? Okay, I wouldn't say necessarily Tiger is remembered as a whole as one with bad gunnery. It's mainly that the couple of popular sources have used her performance mostly in the first battle she ever took part in, Dogger Bank, and her gunnery targets are now against her. You have to remember, when she takes part in Dogger Bank, and I'm just going to check this out so I can get this right. Dogger Bank takes place in the 24th of January 1915. HMS Tiger had only commissioned on the 3rd of October 1914. So she's basically been just through working up October, November, December, and then January she's in battle. By Jutland, her gunnery has improved. And she's actually shooting pretty well. And she's consistently considered one of the better of the battle cruisers and the better gunnery vessel of the battle cruisers whenever outsiders are looking at her. Because she actually hits. But you have to remember, there's the battlecruiser officers who complain she doesn't fire as quickly as they do, so therefore she can't be as good. And then if you're comparing her to the battleships and the practices they have, they hit far more often because they're based at Scott Flow and have more target practice. So they're better than her. But she's more accurate than the other battlecruisers, but she's not as accurate as the battleships. She's faster firing than the battleships, but not as fast firing as the battle cruisers. So therefore, there's lots of sources, as I said, including Dogger Bank, which suggest that she's not a good gunnery ship. But actually, when you actually look at her stats and performance, she actually is a good gunnery ship. But the sources which have worked into that haven't folded into the public and popular memory, if that makes sense.
She's a victim of bad press to one degree.
Basically, she's a victim of not being neither fish nor fowl. If she'd been doing a style of gunnery and practicing with the battleships, she'd be considered a very good ship because her accuracy would have been high up, and but she wouldn't have had the rate of fire she'd have been practicing so much on that, focusing so much more on accuracy. If she'd copied the battle cruisers, she'd probably have achieved a higher rate of fire than them because she had the new machinery, she had a very good crew, she had a very good captain. If they wanted to go that way, they could have gone that way. But she didn't. I hope that makes sense, Ivan. Bowman Boy. What warships...
Alex.
Yeah?
We have, after the Ball Mill Boys questions, we have only 2 left in the queue. Should we reopen the queue, please?
Yes, please.
Or not?
Yeah, let's reopen them.
Okay. You heard him, Steve. Let's take
Thanks,
15.
Yeah.
Or, sorry, 10, because we are already at 18 minutes.
Thank you.
What time does Dan have to heading off for?
Oh, yeah, don't worry, I'm keeping an eye. And I'm actually going to try and stick to my target for once.
I hope you do, because Tash is watching. I told Tash I was doing a live this evening. I'm sure she's watching.
I will believe it when I see it, my good doctor. Dr. Fellow Man, happy hospital fix up.
It'll happen someday.
Bowman Boy, what warships would... well, I'm going to have to go, because I have to drive my mum's car, because I still haven't got a car myself, since the flood damage, because I haven't sorted out the insurance, to drop my sister off at the train station at, 4:30, I think, tomorrow morning. So, you know... so I'm not going to go too late myself.
But I thought you were a functioning insomniac that looked down on us mere peons who needed to sleep.
Oh, it's not sleep I have to go do. I have to go pack the car with all the stuff my sister's taking for the day.
How is that?
Which means I also have to unload the stuff from the car.
How is that a notable amount of gear? It's a day trip.
My sister's going up for exam boards at Reading. She's taking all her notes with her.
Okay, fair
also,
enough.
Runon, never question what a woman packs. This is how you get another suitcase added.
I am not going to answer that on the grounds it might intimidate and persecute me.
It's not
Wouldn't that be-
men are men. I can't understand what they actually need to bring.
This is somebody who has a collection of many soil samples and rocks and things for her work.
Yeah. Bowman Boy. What warships would come into harbour at Royal William Yard in Plymouth in the mid-late 1920s by the Melville Building? Ooh.
Specific.
Yeah, let's see.
So that headed me. How much
In
time
Plymouth. Okay.
17.
Well, there's where they're doing they've got those. The battleship position was... Ooh, I'd say mostly you would have cruisers in that area. From looking at the pictures, but you could probably have smaller ships. It'd be cruising, but I don't think you get the battleships going into that particular place to go alongside. Mainly because the battleships either go further up the river to go and be maintained, back to where sort of the big docks are now and the big spaces are, or would be stored. It would be sitting off the off Drake's Island area. So I'd say cruisers and below. But I'm sure someone can now look up and find a picture of one battleship sitting there and go, battleships did step down. Probably occasionally they did, because, this is what dockyards are like. Sometimes you just go, where's their frigating space, and I can cram that in there. But I'd say as a rule, I think it would be cruisers and below.
It's like parking in London. You park your own fence.
Yeah. Stu, what do you think of Kodag Warp?
I've been added. Who adds me?
Combined diesel and gas, where's the warp coming from? Because I don't think combined diesel and gas is going to get you a warp drive. So
Throw a Cummins 12 valve on it, and Let me get some of my redneck buddies. We'll see what we can
Stu,
do.
what are you talking? What do you mean about warp here at the moment? I'm currently thinking because I've mentally gone through the list and I've given you all the list in the past of all the definitions. I cannot remember warp on there.
I mean,
I
Very
think it's
few.
planned for the Flight 7 Burks.
Don't even put that out there. In the nicest way, the Commander Salamander and me are now wondering, if we are starting to share brain cells on this one. Well, at least I am, and I think they probably are as well, on the sheer fear of how many flights of Burks we're going to end up with in history.
All the Burks. There will never be another ship class built for the US Navy that is not a Burke. All Burke. Burke.
well, obviously, we know the 1910s as the Dreadnought period, named after a ship. If in future this will be known as the Burke period, where everything's a Burke. Even Type 45 is the Burke.
Type 83 Burke.
Whatever France is making, it's a French Burke.
Type Obama Burks.
Well, Boris, why did Denmark sign a deal so bad in 1951? They have no lease money or tax or anything. Because for them it's a good deal, because they care more about the people who are part of the kingdoms of Denmark than they do about making money in that scenario. Plus,
What deal is this?
I think it's to do with the relationship between Denmark and the Greenland, and how Greenland is part of Denmark. I'm guessing. Basically, yeah, that's the thing. Greenland is a self-governing territory within the
Why are
Denmark.
you
Denmark
tweeting like Trump?
And
Brodos, you're better than this. You've actually asked some
Hey.
good questions. Stop sounding like Trump.
No. There are people who have been looking at it going, but also it's similar to there are lots of. If you look around, the deal is actually not that unusual for some of the self-governing territories. It's quite a common standard of deal between various European powers and self-governing territories. This is why when people go, they're colonial, and you still oppress them, and you sit there and look at the actual deal they've got, and you go, no. That's not the way it goes. Basically, have you? This is why one of the first questions I ask when people tell me that these places are colonies, not what they are. I go, have you actually read the Constitution? Looked at it. Well, that doesn't. Usually, the phrase that comes out is that doesn't matter. That's just words on the page. What do you really do? We followed the words on the page.
People were a mistake.
That's the modus operandi. In nicest way, if we didn't, these contracts are enforceable by law. They could sue us. And UK lawyers, there are enough of them who would take that case. And the government would lose because it's written on a piece of paper. It's the same in Denmark.
And specifically for Greenland, a part of that deal is the
Change the
US
banner, Dr. Clarke.
Yep.
These would also garrison Greenland, which would stop the Soviets landing some Spetsnaz and doinking it.
That was part of the overall NATO agreement, which also specified that basically the Americans preferred Denmark to concentrate on sticking armored units and other things in Europe than to garrison Greenland in return, and America would garrison Greenland for them so that they could do that, so that the Danish could concentrate on Europe. And that's one of the really interesting things. One of the reasons why the Danish had the defense systems they did in Greenland was because the agreement was the Americans, when the Danes were said a couple of years ago, okay, if you're worried about this, we'll stick an armored battalion there, an armored unit there. And the Americans said, no, we'd prefer you to use that as one of the tripwire forces in Eastern Europe. Okay, that's fine. And the Americans continued on lowering the number of people in their base, and it's let's put it this way. There are so many messes which have been made by generations of politicians. And some of these things should have been sorted out a while ago. Let's put it this way. Some of the things we have coming up now are things which should have been properly looked at and properly analysed a while back. Because remember what I said, risks are constants, threats change up and down. And the amount of things which have been done, which are decisions which are made based on the threat level, not the risk level, is why we're now in the mess we are security-wise. Pretty much everyone, including America, are currently in. Okay. Loudwood. Do you think aircraft carriers are protected enough by themselves? For example, C-45 essentially is the self-defense suite for the Queen Elizabeth class. Should they have the ability to defend themselves? No. Because one of the problems you have is the missile. If you're firing missiles, you will automatically create FOD on your flight deck. The Americans like to stick theirs below on sponsons and sort of things off to the side, but even they have issues that they then need to walk the deck and clear the deck, and that delays flight operations. So you think is you have the carrier to provide you with the aircraft. It should have self-defense weapons, but the Type 45 is the defense ship for the entire task group. Realistically, if you're looking for the self-defense ship for the Queen Elizabeth class, if there is one, it's a Type 31. It's the flak frigate. That's what's the self-defense ship for the for the aircraft carrier. That's the thing you'll find sitting next to the aircraft carrier with its large amount of guns and large amount of cam missiles going, come through me, if you think you're hard enough. But the Type 45 is the area air defense ship. And I'd prefer to have a Type 31 doing that, because also that means you can orientate your defenses where you need them. And if necessary, the Type 31 can do other things. Cold launch missiles don't necessarily help the FOD issue. Cold launch missiles still create pieces of things going everywhere.
Cold launch still leaves oxidants. Oxidants and flight decks don't mix well.
Yeah, cold launch still leaves fragments of things like the caps of the VLS and the various things which go on. Yeah.
Oh.
Montana? You're saying I almost said a swear. What? Okay, carrying on. Caxton, I read that Zukaka received bulges beneath the waterline, filled with concrete after the battlefield of the sea. Is this true, and what do you think of the idea? No, I have to say, I presumed... I presumed any bulges he had. I didn't realize they were filled. Didn't think they were filled with concrete. I'll have to check that one out, because I'm looking at my notes, and I have mentioned she had bulges, but yeah.
You'll sometimes fill them with concrete as a damage control measure or as a temporary thing.
Well, yeah, they don't do it for long term usually. I know Ark Royal has concrete and bits of it, but you know the thing is also, if you think about it, she takes part in the Battle of Philippine Sea, 19th of June, and then she's sunk in the Battle of Cape Elgano on 25th of October 1944. So, and she doesn't seem to have... she does have repair work in that time. But... yeah. I'm just going through the notes I have on her.
I have to go to a Jasmine run.
Ooh. Let's see. No, what I've got listed on the things is they had fire improvement measures were strengthened, including strengthening protection of gasoline tanks. They removed wooden furniture from the ship, and she also takes part in filming of filming a movie and a few other things in that time period. So, I don't think she has time for that level of torpedo protection after the Battle of Philippine Sea. Unless she'd had it done before, and I don't think she had it done earlier in the war. And I've got... I could have missed...
badly...
My notes could have missed it, but... and I'm always open to the fact I could have missed something in my transcribing of her war service from the Japanese book I found on her, listing her war service and timings. But this was years ago, and it was a book I found actually in a library in London. This was before on my trip to Japan, but well, it was during my PhD, so it was long before that. But no, I can't find any mention of concrete on the concrete in the bulges. Yeah, that's something
because concrete, Walter Broder's concrete is very heavy, and it doesn't to stop something cold. It doesn't really need to be.
Well, also, usually when you're topping torpedoes, you want to use things like you want to use a crush substance. So concrete it's very, very heavy, but that's also going to give you a lot of weight, which is going to make your ship heavier. It's going to put a lot of weight down low in the ship. It's got a very dense material. It's not going to be very good for your actual performance in your sea. Your speed's going to decrease, all those things. So normally, even though your bulges are going to affect your speed performance anyway, but normally you fill them with things like pipes or water, things which are going to spread the force out over an area and absorb the impact, not transmit it through to the rest of the hull. And yes, it does take time to cure as well. So I don't think you would use concrete.
And concrete also very corrosive for steel, especially if it's not encased in concrete. It'll create a lot of friction.
Yeah, Montana. I was going to say come at me battleship, but I thought that might not be good in the current political climate. If you consider poor Drac almost didn't do the paper he was going to do yesterday because it was about building battleships. And I saw he's saying battleships at the moment does tend to generate a lot of extra conversation, which we don't always want to have. Caxton, I'd be really interested to for you to send me the source which had that in. You could say you read it, because then I'll start tracing the source back and see where it's coming from. Because the thing is, with them saying they're strengthening the magazines, they could put concrete around the magazines. That wouldn't be unusual for the Japanese, and that could be interpreted as being putting concrete into the bulges, depending on how it's been translated from the original the systems. Which book, etc., and all these things, I'd be really interested to read. Because it wouldn't be unusual for ships during World War II to sometimes fill in spaces around magazines internally to ship with concrete to strengthen them, because that's a thing to strengthen and protect magazines, but that's about protecting magazines, not about the hull. And the trouble is, concrete is really going to it's going to spread the damage all around the hull, because concrete's going to allow the shock to transmit through it. So, Captain, what would
just on that very quickly? This isn't one of those cases where people are getting cement and concrete mixed up, and cement and cemented armor, are they?
There's always options. There's also the fact that translating some of the Japanese is interesting, and it's going to sound strange. Also, what kind of pipe? If they did use piping, they could have used cement pipes rather than necessarily, or clay piping or concrete piping, no matter called it, rather than steel tubes.
Because they have a shortage of steel.
But yeah,
concrete
is going to react with many things chemically, yes, and it's something the Japanese really understood because they'd done Macassar in the 20s and they'd already noticed what was going on with her. So, Captain, what would be an unfixable issue in a battleship turret, and what would be fixable in combat operationally? Okay, theoretically, nothing is unfixable if you want to take it to a dockyard. But operationally or in combat scenario, anything which takes the turret off its ability off the ring so it cannot turn is not fixable by the crew. It's just not. The moment the turret is out of alignment, your turret's fixed in position and it's not moving.
As a friend of mine's pointing out, also sometimes Japanese translators really do mess things up quite badly.
Yeah.
So,
also, there's a lot of context needed for Japanese translation.
In a active shooting combat, for a modern turret that has hydraulic drives or electric motor drives, anything that is essentially beyond a blown hose or blown fuse, you are not replacing a pump or a motor of that size to move a multi-thousand-ton turret while you're getting shot at.
That's why I usually built in multiple of them.
Yeah.
You have it's more you have redundancy, and occasionally you have auxiliary systems, and often in turrets you have hand crank systems to back up.
Just want to see the poor chump who has to try and hand crank an Iowa class's turret on his own.
If the steering gear is anything to go by, they make it so that you can put a whole gang of guys on the relevant doohickey McThingamabobber.
Yes and no.
No, I just have visions of the one guy and then just some impressive gearing to translate that into movement.
Yes.
And then
Look,
but it would be very slow.
It's one of the interesting things is there's a theoretical space which should be possible to do it from, but I'm not sure about the hours because I've been in them. But in another turret I've been in, which I spent a lot of time in, the space where you're doing it from is also one of the main paths for loading powder, loading the powder through, and so you couldn't actually have the full group of people there because they'd be blocking the path of powder for the guns.
But equally, you wouldn't need your powder for your guns because you're not going to be firing because you're not trained on the right bit.
You would still be firing because you're going to be training there. They are manually trying to train it to train the guns. So you're still going to be loading. So the moment you reach that position, you can fire.
Yeah.
Oh.
So it's all just down to one chap.
It's about two or three, rather than supposedly the 6 to 8.
What's it? There's a trinary system of Hoover Dam for closing the gate. That's a rotating valve that's designed for one person geared insanely.
Mm-hmm.
probably the same thing.
Yeah.
To some degree.
Yeah, Montana 16. What if Sadix was completed as a heavy cruiser and allocated to USN with Prince Jurgen? The USN cries and sends both to be blown up, because the reason they send them to be blown up is because no one wants to be fussy enough to deal with the German high pressure engineering system. Which not only is every ship different, every ship requires a different set of PhDs to run. And master mechanics. Because most of them are designed based on highly advanced principles and theories. Which you need to have someone in a room who's basically able to spout them off, along with someone in a room who's basically able to translate those theories into practice with a large spanner. And frankly,
are you telling me that somebody who understands the theories can't wield a large spanner?
Yeah.
No, basically we're talking about people who have sufficiently gone down each of their own paths, that the people who are using the large theories have mostly developed their own theories based on practice, which might not translate directly word for word into the theories of the theoreticals. And people who've gone far enough down the theoreticals that the practical is now not really something
theoretical?
Yes. This is what I try and explain sometimes. There is a certain level of specialization with humanity as we go further down our career progression, which it makes it more and more difficult for us to explain our field of work to people outside it. Now, some people, you will make a conscious effort to try and explain what your work you do to people who do not do your work for a living. So you explain yourself and you explain what it is. One of the reasons why I do the Why Historian series is to answer those questions about historians, and also challenge myself to think about it and to see if I can explain why a historian does X, Y, or Z. And explain it in words which don't sound like I'm repeating a history textbook. So they're not full of short phrasisms, the inside language of historians. That are actually, the thing is, because we all developed them. It's kind of like, quite a lot of people knowing this channel will know what Kodak is. I will still tend to repeat it out and explain it, combined diesel and gas, because could be some people who don't realize what it means and that it's the engine power supply system of a ship. You go far enough down, I have spoken with professionals from banking, professionals from the military, etc., who are far enough into their fields that once they start talking their fields, they will speak constantly in acronyms, because that's the language they use to simplify their life when they're talking to their colleagues. They can no longer explain it in language which others can understand. Or to get them to explain it, you then have to go, hang on, what does that mean? And what does that mean? And unless you're very confident and don't mind sounding like a child to them, because they're going, well, even the juniors in my field know this. Well, yes, the juniors in your field do, but I have never studied your field, so please explain to me like I'm 3 years old. Because as functioning as can be concerned in this field, I am 3 years old. Explain. This is what happens. This is one of the reasons why you don't usually let professors teach first years in university. And usually the first years get doctors and PhD students. Why? Because the professors have gone so far down the rabbit hole of journal articles, usually, and stuff like that. If they start speaking, in the first few sessions, the students will not have any basis to understand the language they are using, because they're going to be using a lexicon which is so deep into their field. And it's not saying anyone in that room is dumb. They're not. It's just the difference of 30, 40 years in that field versus their first year. It's like when Runon's talking to a newbie electrician. She's been doing it for, about 2 or 3 centuries, I understand.
You're number one, Dr. Clarke. You're number one.
Well, this is what Foxo assures me.
Look,
You're number one, Foxo.
We're not saying that you're old, Runon. We're just saying you remember having to charge those Baghdad batteries.
We're just saying you're an experienced, venerable veteran of the electricity
Baghdad
world.
batteries?
It's like
Hey,
an
Baghdad
info.
batteries.
If you leave Runon alone with a brand new electrician, Runon probably has to think quite a few times how she explains things, because she will be so used to using a language which doesn't necessarily, which you have to she's already learnt, and most people around her will already know. And that's the point I sometimes make about these things. It's you have to think it through. Yeah. The fireman comment about explaining physics to a bar person. Yes.
So, would you call a lot of internet speak the opposite of that then? When an older person's entering a lot of internet spaces, they just get hit by this completely different lexicon of
Yes, exactly the same thing happens. And a lot of them react out of fear.
Yeah.
And go, oh, this is scary. And then there's my mother who's learnt it and is now talking it and doing computing. So, you have the different things going on, but that is, yes, it's a lot of things. It's the same thing. It's you have to learn the language of the group you're joining. Of the group you're in. And once you're far enough into that group, it's very difficult for you to speak to people outside that group. Unless you continue to practice that skill.
I'm now imagining Mrs. Clarke just belting out Zoomer slang, and I think I died a little bit on the inside.
I don't know, that seems a bit based, honestly.
Look.
Also, how is her VTube management adventures going on?
I would like to point out that someone fought my mum the other day on a certain computer game must actually be a Gen Alpha playing with her parents' card, because that was the only way to explain her language.
What's a Gen Alpha?
It's
the ones after the Zoomers, the most insufferable ones currently.
The ones born since 2010.
Fun fact, I'm closer to being Gen Alpha than I am to being a millennial.
The ones who are still in, primary school, right?
No, they're in secondary school. They're doing their GCSEs.
That would make the oldest among them 15 and 16 years old, Dan.
Technically, they're entering college.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Yeah.
No.
Yes.
No.
Getting old, Dan.
Hey, Dan, I have this experience every time I'm reminded that there are people in the United States now who were born after September 11th who can vote, shoot, and drink.
Yes, but there are some bits of the Deep South where that just means they're about 5.
Look,
not with the vote.
Now, in nicest way, Dan, it's when you remember that you, as a Gen Xer / millennial,
I think I technically fall in as a millennial. Weirdly,
remind me again your age.
44.
You're technically Gen Y. You're okay. You're Gen Y. You've got Gen X ahead of you. Then it goes Gen Z, and then it goes Gen Alpha.
That's not like my age. You don't have to be my dad.
Yes. I know.
As of the 13th,
Fox, so I am your dad.
I've just turned
Unlikely.
23.
And you should all know, anyone born since 2025 are Gen Beta.
So that will be my little niece.
Yes, she's a beta.
Oh God, no. Clarke, at times you really do need to remember about phrasing and how terms don't mean the same as what they once did.
No, but that's actually what according to the Australians who named it, an Australian sociological researcher has already defined them as Generation Beta.
Also, I prefer to be described as the X-Wing generation. As in, I was born between the release
No.
of
Your generation. I'm sorry, Dan, but your generation Y, as in Y-O-Y.
No,
Why
Dan,
do you
Dan,
why do you exist?
you're not the X-Wing generation. You're the peace dividend generation.
Right
You
then,
would have grown up during the peace dividend.
Blistine. Is an amphibious ship a good idea?
I actually made you remember the fall of the Berlin Wall.
Exactly, the peace dividend.
Yeah.
One of my friends got brought back a bit of it because his dad was a editor at, it was either Channel 4 News or BBC News at the time, I think. I can't remember which.
Okay. Right. So,
I
next
think
question
it's
from
quick.
Blistine. Is an amphibious ship a good idea for Canada in the Arctic? Yes. Yes.
Alex,
Yes.
Alex, I disagree. Why you need a ship when you have ice thick enough to have wheeled vehicles running around and troops on snowmobiles and skis?
Because it's
Because
melting rapidly.
and because and I'm sorry to say this, most of the Canadian infrastructure and things to support those vehicles is a long way away. So actually, the ship almost becomes the mobile basing unit for such forces.
Fair enough.
It's one of those scenarios where basically consider it more of a forward operations support ship than necessarily a traditional amphibious assault ship.
A mobile basing unit in the video game sense.
Yeah. Oh.
Wait, does that mean that... That's a quick thing. In quite a few online circles, saying someone is old enough to remember the Soviet Union is an insult.
I am. And I actually been in Soviet Union.
You have my condolences, comrade.
Yes. It was only a stopover in Leningrad when I went to Bulgaria to meet my mother's cousin who was working in the Finnish embassy back there. It was in the mid '80s, and all thing I remember from the trip was that we went to Rila Monastery, and that the stores there were empty, but they had shelves, a lot of shelves, but they were empty.
Right. To answer the question about when Panabar will go out of service, and she is, of course, the last remaining monitor in service with the Brazilian Navy, having been first launched in 1937 and commissioned in 1938. She's still in service. Honestly, I think as long as she still floats, she'll still be put in service because they just need something to go up and down the rivers, and they don't want to replace it because they don't want to spend the money to replace it, and this thing still works. They put in new diesel engines back in, I think, 1998. Or maybe that was in 2010. They've done a lot of upgrades to the ship over the years. But it's mostly operating in fresh water. Its hull's being kept good. It could theoretically go on for quite a long time. Night Tiger wood building two four twin 8-inch cruisers with the 8-inch guns from the retired World War I Ibuki between the Erba and Turkoma help Turkoma avoid weight issues caused by measurement system change? No. It would also provide you with some ships with some very weird guns. Given additional money for the RN, what do you consider to be essential to purchase? Pay increase for the fleet, the Royal Fleet Auxiliary. First purchase I'd make currently would be... We've got the Type 31s going in. We've got. I would probably. I would go to the people who are building the uncrewed undersea vessels, and I would ask them how long till they could have them available. I'd probably purchase some of those to take over the submarine duties in at least the local waters around the UK. I would and act as a force multiplier for our nuke boats. I think the big thing I would immediately purchase at the moment is additional dry dock space. Because the big bottleneck we have to viability of the fleet formations is the number of dry docks we've got going through upgrade. Again, it was something which was put off for years, and then currently we have had the beautiful conjoinment of both a massive dry dock upgrade program and a massive number of ships reaching a point at which we cannot postpone their refits any longer to keep using them because we didn't have enough hulls. So it would probably be the it would probably be the floating dry docks, and I would purchase those, and I would basically go to whoever could build them most quickly. I wouldn't give a flying hoot who it was, barring China, because I don't think that would be sensible for the UK, and I would buy a floating dry docks. I would just buy them. Stafford, how better off would the Royal Navy be if they had done life extension on Alvin Bullock? They didn't. They'd actually were doing that when they got rid of them. They had they've gone off to the Brazilians for years. They're gonna have them for years. They weren't got rid of because of service life ending. Unless you're talking about the carriers, and the carriers were got rid of because, frankly, they were at the point at which they were breaking apart. But the landing platform docks are being sold for the Brazilians, and they're going to be able to use them for years. Basically, the Brazilians have bought the British Amphibious Task Group. They brought Ocean, Albion, and Bulwark.
Yes, but to be fair, in the event that we need to retake the Falklands, simply to piss off the Argentinians, the Brazilians would lend them back.
No, they wouldn't.
Really?
They wouldn't. No.
I thought they hated each other down there.
They do hate each other, but they're still not going to do that.
There's hate each other, and then there is provoke war with each other.
Yeah.
Britain and France hate each other. Britain and France probably not going to provoke a war with each other.
I don't know. If I got my way,
Foxo, if you had your way, you would be glassing France.
Why do you think this is glassing?
Why do you think we're not allowing her anywhere near nukes? Timothy, should MBDA hire all the Vickers salespersons to get their products sold on the international market? Most of the Vickers salespeople are dead, so I don't think that would really help at the moment. And the rest that aren't are still employed by BAE. What was the dumbest...
Necromancy is always an option, Dr. Clarke.
I want to point out, Vickers salesmen of the 50s and the 60s weren't particularly good because Vickers basically went out of business.
Yeah, but that's...
because that's how you had stuff pull out the Nigerian tank contest of the Vickers Mark I main battle tank successor to the Centurion, arriving without its engine for testing.
Yep.
Surely you don't need an engine.
Don't get us started. Okay, don't.
Hey, Foxo, what's your opinion on the removal of chain lightning for Necrons?
To be fair, the Necrons are getting stuff in the new final campaign of 10th Ed. They might get something there. They've already got some bonuses.
Has it taken out chain lightning? There's a reason I'm now playing Mechanicus.
That's it. This week
Atari femboys.
All right. Next question. This week I haven't really had any dumb questions, so there have been some weird questions, but mostly they've been people trying to ask very loaded political questions, and I don't see that. That's not dumb. That's just a case of, yeah, you want to ask that. That's fine. Doesn't mean I have to answer you. I hold the right to not bother to reply.
Kind of loaded questions. Because we get a lot of those in Ramblings as well. So it's fun to compare notes.
Blitzstein, what's a good ratio for modern Navy missile reloads in the pipeline versus deployed at sea? Realistically, you should... In a nice way... Here's the thing, is how long do you think the war's going to last? Because if you have one reload, one full set of reloads for your ships, Yes, it's going to be a lot of missiles, but that's also not going to be a very long war, is it? So work out how many missiles you'll possibly go through. Work out what your production levels of those missiles are. How quickly can you ramp up your missiles? So far, everyone, doesn't matter whether it's Europe, China, Russia, America, Australia, every single nation's estimates of how fast they could ramp up their missile production has been woefully wrong. Everyone. Because all the countries were paying private companies to have the capability to ramp up. All the companies took the money saying, yes, in theory, we have this document shows we have the ability to ramp up. When they actually had to do it, they didn't actually have the capability. Because no one had actually tested it. So they didn't actually have the capability. They just had the capability on paper, which has been all they've been asked for.
I mean, if you're a major power fighting a major power, right? You don't need any sets of like, because the war will only last 37 minutes.
If the war goes...
So I think I just heard Dr. Clarke's blood pressure spike.
Look, if the war lasts that short time, then no one really cares. But the trouble is, so far, our history has shown that we are incredibly reluctant to reach for those weapon systems. I don't think that's going to change. And therefore, I think you're probably got a scenario going to happen whereby wars last longer than people think, and they're going to need to have the ability to fight and maintain their fights for months, not minutes, minutes, hours, or days. As that's going to be how long it's going to be before you're going to start actually seeing things go into war condition. Can Dr. Clarke do a backflip? Not now. When I was younger, I could. Now I'm nearer 40 than I am nearer 10, than I am nearer 12. I can no longer do backflips. I have reached the age where I wake up in the morning and it's easier to take a list of things that don't hurt, mostly because of what I did in my youth. Okay.
I could never do a backflip. So I have not experienced any degradation in my athletic capability.
Backflips are bad for your health.
Unfortunately, I'm a former gymnast.
Right.
I take former place of doing it when I'm 21. I can do 2 backflips at once.
Oh, 21. I remember when I was 21.
All those millennia ago.
Yeah.
How was riding to work on a dinosaur?
21 people on the planet.
Well, it was a great way to get rid of the low-performing apprentices and motivate the middling performant apprentices.
How did it affect the managers? Did you use it regularly on them?
Theirs was bigger.
Oh, that's such annoying. Anyway, Stafford, the year is 2250 and USN is announcing their new Super Destroyer. On to it be named Burke. Or will they no, it will be named Burke. It will always be a Burke.
The Burke Flight 10.
Right then. Shall we take some more questions in quickly? Let's say take 5 in questions more.
Okay, I'm waiting for a burger to get here.
Sure enough.
5 questions more.
I'll open the query.
5 questions more.
Wait, Bruno, did you say yo, wait? Yeah. I wrote it.
She said she is waiting for a burger.
That's it. Is she waiting for a burger?
Right. No. No. Foxo, no. I'm just stopping this one now, and we're going to Ramol's question. Can you see the Type 45 getting land attack missile capability? Ramol, no, because they've gone for a C-Scepter insert in the same slot, which was supposed to be for Mark 41 VLS. So they have lost the gym, but haven't gained line of strike capability. And what's really interesting is they've put in, I think, 24, is it 24 or 32 cells of C-Scepter? I think it could be 24, but I'm not sure. It could be, there is a possibility it's 32. Putting in But the thing is, they could have put in 16 Mark 41 VLS or even 24 Mark 41 VLS in that slot. And they could have then quad-packed the cam in there and have, let's say, put 16 over that, and they could have had, 64 cam missiles in there and 8 Talon, or they could have gone for 32 cam missiles and 16 Talon. But no, they've put in Sea Scepter. So that's all. It was fun. It was fun. Kaxud, on the topic of the Shokaku class, do you know why, despite tests and calculations, they ended up with less protected torpedo defense systems, even though they are unrestricted carrier designs? It's to do with hull shaping and the hull flow they wanted to achieve. Basically, the plan for internal defenses didn't have enough space with what they wanted to put in there, and basically, life happens with design sometimes. Everything's always a bit of a compromise. Montana, what will your version of Burke Flight 4 be?
Clean sheet design.
I hope at that point, if they are calling it Burke Flight 4, at least gets a new hull. And preferably an upgrade in VLS numbers.
Because then they have to justify then they have to explain to Congress why a new hull does not mean that it's a completely different class of ship.
Simple thing, extend it. Make it longer, and then just redo the architecture inside. Make it look similar on the outside, but different on the inside. I'll accept that.
It's a Super Burke.
It's a Hyper Burke.
Okay.
No, that's the next one after.
It's a Giga Burke.
You do realise every time this comes up, you are slowly eradicating a piece of my soul.
You're an academic in the UK. You had a soul?
Well, I like to think I had something approaching one.
Okay, which was more painful? The Wars of Choice comments or the Burke comments?
It's honestly hard to say, because one hurts my very deep affection I have for ships, and the fact that Burkes are very good ships which are suffering from abuse. The other one just hurts me on a fundamental level, because the idea of someone thinking someone's ego being so big they think they have full choice over whether or not wars ever happen or not just hurts me on a fundamental level. That there was no one there who whacked that person around the head rightly.
But I mean, Doc, on the computer, I have perfect choice of when I go to war. Surely, reality will be exactly like that.
Okay, oddest question I had this week, and I think the person, after I responded, actually rephrased it so it came up, but they started off with, Britain wanted the Germans to invade and occupy Norway. It was part of its provincial warfare strategy to spread the Germans out and interdict them on more favourable ground. North Africa, Greece, Yugoslavia, Norway, all drew. The idea that they thought Britain, A, wanted the Germans to get in Norway, but B, wanted to spread the war around the world like that. No. Britain wanted to fight a nice contained war. And
that's what happened after the fall of France, so that we could maintain some sort of offensive, and after the Italians decided to get stuck in, so that our morale has something to be happy about.
No, it's not so much that. It's that because the Italians decided to join in, we ended up having to fight in North Africa. If the Italians had joined in, we'd been quite happy not to be fighting in North Africa, not to be fighting in Greece, and not to be fighting elsewhere. We didn't want to be fighting down there. We didn't invite the Germans over to North Africa to have a fight. We weren't keen on that idea. If the Italians don't join the war, the Mediterranean conflict doesn't happen, and the Royal Navy has a huge amount more assets to deal with the North Atlantic and the Far East. You probably have two lines of battle squadron, a full battle squadron sitting opposite the Germans for if they come out into the North Atlantic. So it would definitely not be Hood on its own, or Hood with Prince of Wales engaging Bismarck. It would be Hood, Prince of Wales, and, oh, what's coming up behind it over the horizon? Oh, is that Queen Elizabeth and Warspite?
What's that coming over the hill? Is it a monster? Is it a monster?
And it'd be kind of case of, and Bismarck has knocked out Hood. That is terrible. Prince of Wales is still fighting. Don't worry, at this point, Warspite and Queen Elizabeth have got into range.
What's that? Hood was your little sister? You're a bit miffed now. Oh dear.
Yeah.
And did you bring tribals? Oh, you did.
Yeah.
Because they're not in the Med.
Yeah.
And it's also important not to apply the ideas of the wars on the periphery, which was a doctrine established in the Napoleonic Wars to weaken France,
Yeah.
to World War II Germany.
Yeah.
Because the wars on the periphery were to take place over 20, 30 years and force France to fight in Louisiana, in Canada, in Africa, and just drain them dry.
Yeah, also, wars of periphery only work when your opponent actually has a periphery. Germany didn't have a periphery in 1930s. No one was therefore planning wars of periphery against them. Because we'd taken it away after World War One. But no, I did chat with the person who put this forward, and I think we sorted out to an extent. I'm not 100% sure, but you know. Yeah, but I think they have put a lot. I think they have confused a lot of the British strategy versus France with the British strategy versus Germany. It happens, though.
Because for some reason people tend to treat Nazi Germany like it was Napoleonic France, or even Kaiser's Germany as it was Napoleonic France. And sort of forgetting that France could go toe-to-toe with Europe because it had more population than the rest of Europe combined.
Yeah. Yeah. And that question basically goes to both the what's the most entertaining comment received this week and the oddest one, which leaves us with Foxo as the last question. And it's a fun one. Why was Talos not sold outside the US like Terry and Tata? Honestly, I don't think anyone really wanted it. It's going to sound strange, but when you look at how difficult it is to sustain and operate Talos, and at the time people were all trying to develop their own systems, it was a case of the people who'd be willing to buy this missile, how many of them have ships which could operate, ships large enough to have the factory space to operate, to actually operate the missile, and how many of them are not actually trying to work on their own programs to develop their own missiles, and therefore would see this as a funding threat to that. And that's why you end up with no one even considering buying Talos.
Okay, because when I was reading, Italy was considering trying to get its hands on Talos, got told no. In the 60s.
I think in the 60s they did consider it, but I think it was more a consideration of that there's a debate as to whether they were told no by the Americans or by their own government.
Okay.
Or whether their government told the Americans to tell them no so that their government didn't have to be the bad guy to their armed forces.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which I'm sure has never, ever happened in the history of ever.
Because I'm just thinking, if the Royal Navy had taken a ship armed with Talos down to the Falklands, would that have helped them in any way?
Not really. As nice as it is, Talos by that point is a very old missile. It's a 1955 missile, and well, it's also, when you consider its range versus Sea Dart's range, Sea Dart actually, the Mod 2 especially, has just as good a range, I think. Mod 2 is once we get the Rim 8J, it's up to 130 nautical miles, so that is actually a better range. But the original one, yeah. So if the British have got the upgraded one, then they've got something which has a 130 nautical mile range, which is lovely. But the Sea Dart can do out to 80. The Sea Dart's a slightly newer system which came into service 1963, so about 8 years later, and have been upgraded along the way. I like the Talos had, but
with vessels like Sea Slug still being in service, even say the old Talos would be better than Sea Slug.
yes, but the thing is, you wouldn't put Sea Slug on the same ship you put Talos, would you? So basically, what's the ships that could actually be big enough to take Talos? Not going to be the counties, is it? It's going to have to be something bigger than that. The only thing probably big enough would be a Bristol.
Or it would have been the old 6-inch cruisers.
Yeah.
They convert the light cruiser Tiger to have it.
But none of them were around.
I thought Tiger was still around by port.
Ish.
Um.
Not really usable.
No, she wasn't in. I'm just checking a condition report. She was decommissioned in '78. But hadn't been scrapped yet at that point, I think.
I think there was a thing they looked at them and they'd need 6 to 12 months to get activated as a minimum.
Yeah, Blake was decommissioned in '79. Actually sold for scrap in August 1982. Lion was sold for scrap in '75. Tiger was sold for scrapped in 1986. Yeah, they were all considered about 12 to 18 months though from being actually able to be in service, because they been allowed to drop into such a low state of reserve.
Do you reckon they'd been more useful if they had been built with Talos instead of the 6-inch autoloaders?
To an extent, if they had been built as 50-50 ships with the 6-inch autoloaders, let's say 2 6-inch autoloaders further forward for the twin 3 inches positioned around their hull and Talos aft, yes, they would have been more useful. But that would have required the British to spend money on an American missile system, which at that time wasn't happening.
Okay, fair enough.
Anyway, with that being said, thank you very much everyone for watching. It is 5 to midnight. Dan has to get off to go help people and be a good medical person. I have to go and, well, basically try and fit I think it's, judging by the last photo she sent me, about 24 bags of records into a very tight space of a Volvo V70. The bags of records are not small. They are moving case bags, so we'll leave that to one side. And yes, thank you to Foxo and Dragon and Arunon and everyone who's been here. And thank you. And yeah, thank you everyone. Hope you enjoyed. Take care. And have a good night.
Nero. Yeah,
and Seneca Nero as well. Yes, Seneca's disappeared, doesn't he? Yes. Take care. Thank you.
Ate his liver.
Yeah. That wouldn't surprise me. Toodles, everyone.
Yeah.
Thank you for being here. Thank you.
Ciao.
Ciao.
Toodles.